all knew what those ending numbers look like. Everyone has received a COLA on this list. So the right side is just what our fiscal year 22 elected official salaries look like. Some of the judges are, the COLA doesn't apply to them because those numbers are set a different way. But the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those were the amounts that Anna spoke on and recommended moving those up to a certain level. And then, of course, the COLA is added on top of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that we were all still, agreeable to those amounts, just because those letters do need to go out today. And we hadn't really
The
looked at.
adjustments came in the highlighted yellow,
Yes, sir.
and that was due to the fact that they were out of our criterion.
Yes. Yes. So you brought those up.
Between now and the final adoption, which is August the 24th, we will come back and talk about the disposition of any of the funds that are over and above the policy of our unassigned fund balance policy of 33%, and how we, if we choose to apply any of those towards things. And one of the, one item was on our retirement debt. It looks like there's about a little over $90,000. For every $1 million we pay down on that debt, there's little over 90,000 and some change.
Correct. So
Savings that goes up over time if salaries are adjusted up.
that's correct. So yeah, those paying in $1 million or whatever the amount may be is going to affect of course, you're going to be out that cash for the year to pay down that debt, but then it's going to affect your retirement rate also.
Right.
So
And the cash position that we're in because of the rate environment.
So we have received, of course, the certified values and then the new calculations of the tax rate. We'll share our screen here. This updated spreadsheet is, of course, on the budget workshop drive today, unfortunately. But that one is just one that's there. We've had questions, and we can always adjust as more information comes in.
Good.
The other ones that we'll need to come back to in this department are the MHMR contracts. And of course, those will come in for your review in this next month. The animal birth control clinic. So they increased their ask this year to that $125,000. You had questions about what the city was contributing to ABC. And so what we have found out, they currently and have for some years now, their budget is $166,000. Theirs is a little bit different than ours. So what's happening there is they budget, and then they have an agreement with, of course, with ABC, and they're being billed per instance per surgery and microchip. And so they've budgeted 166 for a while, but from what I gathered, it's just a flat rate that has been sufficient to cover the amount that's billed to them monthly. So they have not adjusted that for a while, but it's, again, just based on how many instances they are actually billing for.
So that's a little different than our arrangement where we're just giving them flat money to do whatever they.
To cover the areas outside outside the incorporated cities. Yes, sir. So with the 125,000, it's just down at the bottom of perfect. That section there. She says that, to reach the areas in need, this would cover over 1,500 animals. They would receive spay, neuter, and microchip. And that the 19,000, the past funding level, is exhausted within 3 months, usually. Economic Development Department. The Sports Commission asked for an increase in funding of $30,000, so this would increase to $130,000 from our previous $100,000. You had asked about the city of Waco and what they had funded and what they planned on funding. They have always contributed $75,000, and of course their budget is not adopted yet either, but the plan is that they would continue the $75,000 level of funding into next year. Stay on our timeline. Those letters need to go out from the judge's office today. So I just wanted to just come back here and just make sure, you know, that we all knew what those ending numbers look like. Everyone has received a COLA on this list. So the right side is just what our fiscal year 22 elected official salaries look like. Some of the judges are, you know, the COLA doesn't apply to them because those numbers are set a different way. But the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those were the amounts that Anna spoke on and recommended moving those up to a certain level. And then, of course, the COLA is added on top of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that we were all still
Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, September the 7th, 2021. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on September 2nd, 2021 at 4:15 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on September 3rd, 2021 at 3:45 p.m.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, let's pause briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have Veteran Service Officer Steve Hernandez to do the pledges.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we do not have anyone come to court or sign up for public comments, so we will go to item D, which is proclamations. Under D1 is a proclamation recognizing the Northeast Riverside Neighborhood Association 2021.
Harambe.
Yeah, right, big commemoration. Thank you, Commissioner Miller.
Good morning. I would like to just go ahead and get this proclamation approved. It's going to be presented at the event this Saturday down in Farmers Market. It is a community promoting unity and togetherness. In fact, Harambe means to all pull together. So if there are no objections, I'll be there Saturday to give the proclamation. I'd just like to approve a proclamation recognizing the Northeast Riverside Neighborhood Association 2021 Harambe commemoration.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank
And
you.
Judge, if I could, that item was actually on the supplemental under B2. We had corrected the wording in the title. So just wanted to point out that was B2 on the supplemental.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, under the supplemental, going to item B, also we have a ratification of proclamation recognizing C.W. Carter High School class of 1971 celebrating 50 years. Commissioner Miller.
Yes, their event was this past Saturday. It was just it's a proclamation that we have issued to this organization before. And this one was just the class of 1971, and they were celebrating 50 years. So if there are no objections, I'd like to approve the ratification of the proclamation recognizing G.W. Carver High School class of 1971 celebrating 50 years.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay, under C is authorization of publication of public legal notice. Dustin, you want to go ahead and get that?
Yes, sir. So this is just authorization for a publication of a public hearing notice regarding the American Rescue Plan Act projects for Waco Family Medicine and Heart of Texas Region, MHMR. This public hearing will be held during court on September 21st, 2021. And just to update the court, we've had continued meetings with both entities and with BKD, and it's still our intent to bring those subrecipient agreements forward the same day.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there a motion to,
Question,
yeah, okay.
question, sir. Dustin, every time we award money under this ARPA, will we have to have a public hearing?
Well, Commissioner, there are requirements to have community engagement, and we thought for these two, since these are the two that the court asked us to fast track, that we would break these two off. And then as we move forward, we'll visit with BKD and continue to look at what other counties are doing. Some are having, surveys on their website, and then other types of public hearing to solicit that community input. So we'll just kind of take it, not necessarily on a case-by-case basis as we move forward, but we wanted to get these two taken care of, and then we will continue to look at community engagement pieces as we move forward. It is likely that we will have at least one or more public hearings going forward.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and
Yes,
I
sir.
might add, these, because they're significant size, thought that we should have a public hearing on these.
Sure.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the publication?
So moved.
So move.
All right, have a motion and assuming a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, I'm gonna go to the consent agenda, and we'll ask for pulls, and then after that, we'll approve the consent agenda and then hold the pulls for discussion until we get some reports finished where we have guests presenting. Under the consent agenda, recommended pulls is E3A, which is HR matter for Constable 5, E3B, HR matter Sheriff's Office, and E7, burn ban. Is there any other recommended pulls? If not, with the exception of those pulls, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay, Dustin?
All right, yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19. I'd like to call on Elizabeth for a couple of updates.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to remind everybody, we do continue to do vaccine clinics here in Waco, McLean County. Our vaccination rate is about 45% of the population 12 plus years of age that are fully vaccinated. This was as of Friday. And they are continuing to do those mobile vaccine clinics. They're going to be doing some at some of the ISDs, Mart ISD tonight, La Vega High School cafeteria. And just a reminder, for any of those ISD clinics, you do not have to be a student to attend that clinic. So if you do live near there and you need to get your vaccine, please feel free to stop by and do those. They are also still continuing to do their daily clinic at the Health District Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. Walk-ins are welcome for any of the clinics that are listed. And then we did want to let the court know that on Friday, we did put in a request for a monoclonal antibody infusion center for McLennan County to help relieve some of the pressure at the hospitals. We will continue to monitor the status of that request and see if that does get confirmed or denied, but that was put in on Friday as well.
I might add that myself and the commissioners be willing to send any letters of support around that project. We think it's important.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Question, Elizabeth? A question real quick.
Yes, sir.
What's the reasoning behind having to sign up online to be tested? You know, we have just walk-up clinics where you can get the shot, but to be tested, you have to go online. Is there a crowd at these sites where they're being tested that they have to? I've heard that people go and there's very few people there being tested. So what, are we actually discouraging people from being tested by having to go online?
No, I think at first the reason why they had the online process is they wanted to see how many people were going to take advantage of the testing sites, just to kind of see what that number was going to look like, see if they were going to get overwhelmed, kind of similar to our last year numbers. And if you give me 1 second, there was something, I believe they have increased the cap on their testing sites as well. So I don't know if they are going to look forward to doing walk-in options, but that is something I can discuss with the health district to see if that is something they are moving towards.
Yeah, I'd be curious because I got the impression that we're not being necessarily overwhelmed with testing. Maybe I'm wrong, and I could be wrong there, but if we're not, then I would hate to have something impediment that would discourage people from going to get tested.
Yes, sir. So they actually, so this was from last week. They were increasing their capacity. They were testing 130 a day. Last week, they were testing up to 400 a day last week.
And
And so,
that's all testing sites.
yes, that's just that's just the health district testing sites. So that does not include, any testing that's occurring at Baylor Scott and White, Ascension Providence, or Family Medicine.
Well, those require signups also, don't they?
I believe so. You have to contact those facilities to get a test from them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I might add that, for our employees and immediate family, we have testing kits available, rapid test. And if you have an interest in doing that, call HR and, they could administer those, tests for you. So we want to encourage, any of our employees that feel like they, should be or need to be tested, to do so, and we'll help them out with that.
Good. Thank you.
If I could ask a brief question?
Mhm.
On the monoclonal, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, antibody process, I have a close family friend that contracted COVID-19, and it ended up ultimately with her in the hospital. Not sure if she went into ICU, but I do know she had a hospital stay, and she credits this process for maybe turning the tide on her case. And she asked me about it one Sunday at church, and I hadn't really heard of it locally. So could you just give me a little background on the initiative that you're explaining this morning?
Yes, of course. So we put in that request. So they have some of these antibody infusion centers in some of the major metropolitan areas. There's one in Austin, there's one in Dallas, but with those being about an hour and a half away, we decided to try to go ahead and put in a request for one closer here for our residents of the Waco and McLennan County, so they don't necessarily have to drive as far to get that treatment. And that's kind of a way for them to help minimize the symptoms from what I understand. So it's not so hopefully they don't have to go into the hospital. It's something that can help them kind of get those antibodies to help fight the infection is what I understand of the treatment itself.
Okay, well, she was very appreciative. And like I said, she's very positive. So if you have any information that would help, like the judge said, in regards to a letter of support, if you email that to me, I'm 110% behind it just based on her testimony alone.
Thank you. Thank you for that support.
Elizabeth, do people have to get an appointment at these centers? How does that, or do they have to have a referral from their doctor?
Yes, they have a referral from their physician is what they have asked for. But that's something if we do get approved for that request, we can work out to make sure how that would work. If, somebody doesn't have a primary care physician, how do we work with them to make sure if they need to get referred for an antibody infusion treatment, then we can work with that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Elizabeth, for your report.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item F2B, discussion and or action on funding request for Bridge of Souls. I'd like to call on Fiona Bond and Hector Sabito.
Thank you so much. May I have permission to share my screen?
Yes.
That option does not seem to be coming up for me, so we may have to revert to the version that is on your system. Try that. Yeah, it's not for some reason. Oh yeah, there we go. Hey. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hand the baton to Councilmember Hector Sabito to kick us off on this if he's ready and able to do that.
Morning, Hector.
Good morning, Judge Felton. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this morning. It is truly a pleasure once again to be among you. Our goal is not to take up too much of your time because we know you have a big agenda, but we just wanted to briefly chat with you about a project that was birthed through our Strategic Communications Task Force, Bridge of Souls. And if we can go to the first slide, or the second slide, please. The Bridge of Souls project was birthed through our Strategic Communications Group, organized by then Waco City Mayor Carl Deaver in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The group is still meeting and being led by myself and Natalie Kalinsky, Director of Communications for the Waco Foundation. The goal of the Bridge of Souls project is twofold: to commemorate our community members who we have lost to COVID-19, which is currently at 533 mothers, fathers, grandparents, teachers, loved ones, friends, and so many more. The second goal of the Bridge of Souls project is to honor healthcare workers and others who have put their lives on the line to care for those that are living in our city and in our county. Next slide, please. Our hope that through this project, we create a powerful and meaningful visual representation of the pandemic's impact in our city and county that will draw people together in our downtown cultural district to share stories and acknowledge the lives we have lost over the last year and a half. Fiona.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sabido. If I could have the next slide, please. In practical terms, the plan is that we would like to put up a temporary public art installation during the month of October of this year. The installation would comprise of a series of white fabric banners, about 2 feet by 2.5 feet each, and each with a felt silhouette and decorated either by a family member or by a local artist, honoring an individual from our community who passed away from COVID-19. So there would be over 500 banners to be installed on the fencing that is currently around the Waco Suspension Bridge in Indian Spring Park. And that, of course, provides the backdrop for a number of key events that are happening in our community during October, which includes the Waco Cultural Arts Fest, and that is the organization that is actually coordinating this particular project. And Councilmember Sabido and I are speaking on behalf of the group of partners that came together to create this particular project. But it's actually the Waco Cultural Arts Festival that would be managing the project. The idea is that each of those banners representing someone who's passed away would be created either by family members of those who've passed away or by artists in the community who have stepped forward willing to do this. And that people would be given the opportunity to decorate the banners with things that were important to the people who passed away, using either paint or fabric or any mixed media that is weather resistant and that will survive the duration of being outside for a month. They're going to be displayed using tough cabling, and we'll have security monitors to make sure that there's no tampering with them during that period of time. There's also the proposal that during the Cultural Arts Fest, we would have some kind of ceremony on the Sunday afternoon that would invite people who want to come and hear a short ceremony, which would not be religious in nature, but would be an opportunity for people to pause and remember those who passed away, and would be a way of honoring the healthcare workers and other frontline workers who've put their lives on the line with ribbons with their names on that would then be tied between each of the banners. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you so much. The people and the organizations involved in this project, it's being headed up by Doreen Ravenscroft of the Waco Cultural Arts Festival, and ourselves at Creative Waco, and also representing the Downtown Cultural District. Then the project manager on this is Lina Huerta, who works for Waco Foundation. and is also doing this both independently and kind of through the lens of her role with Waco Foundation. Ray Jefferson from Waco Family Health, Roxana Robles, who runs Couture Design, and Rocio Lando, who is a textile artist. Those are the two who are heading up the actual artistic and design component of this. Wesley Young from City of Waco Parks and Recreation in terms of the actual installation logistics in Indian Spring Park. And then, of course, Council Member Hector Sabido representing City of Waco. Can I have the next slide? We wanted to give you guys a quick summary of the project budget. So I'm going to hand the baton back to Council Member Sabido.
Thank you, Fiona. So I know that this is a lot, there are a lot of numbers, so I'm not going to bore you with every detail of the budget. But I will say Fiona Bond and her Creative Waco team have done an outstanding job putting together this for you today. You will find the cost of the materials, work, artist fees, and other pertinent costs and information. Our entire budget for the Bridge of Souls project is $63,612.09. Having said this, we have commitments from other entities which has pushed us to 78% of the allocated budget. If I may have the next slide, please. We have secured a grant from the Texas Commission of the Arts for $19,500, another $20,000 from the Cooper Foundation, and $10,000 from the City of Waco. We have another $5,000 ask from United Way, which we're waiting to hear on any day now. And so our ask to the county is to match the city's give of $10,000. If the money is approved this morning or today, we will have the entire budget to complete the project and still be on our time frame for an October release date. And so with that, thank you so much for your time this morning. Our hope is that you see the importance of this project, not only in our city, but in our county as well. And at this time, Fiona and I are willing to answer any questions from the Commissioner's Court.
Judge, if I could start real quickly. I didn't see it anywhere in any of the wording, but Fiona did allude to it a little bit. I would be obviously supportive of this, but could we not put first responders in there as well? Since you're AMR people, I mean, you look at the people that have been just as much in the headlights on this deal as anybody else. I just didn't see it worded that way, and I would just make one ask that we include them.
You're exactly right, Commissioner, and I apologize for that not being in there, but we can definitely make that happen. Not a problem at all.
And I would add that that was the intent. The frontline workers, certainly in the mind of the group that has been talking around this, included first responders.
Good. I heard you mention that. I was just wanting to follow up on it. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
A couple of comments, please. Fiona, Hector.
Yes.
I guess one of the things that it doesn't necessarily concern me, but it does bother me somewhat that to spend $60,000 plus on something that's temporary. What are we talking temporary? How long are we talking about this being in place? I know
Fiona, you want to take this one?
Mm-hmm. We're talking about an installation that will be up through the whole of the month of October. At the end of that time, families will be able to take their banner, the banner that represents their family member who passed away. And so there will be a kind of permanence to this. But the feeling certainly from the, when this was discussed with the Strategic Communications Group, there was a strong feeling that at this time it was not appropriate to be doing something that was permanent because we're still in the middle of the pandemic. And we wanted to make sure that we were not inadvertently signaling that this is over. This is very much a kind of, here's a snapshot of where we're at, which I think will be very sobering for people to see just how many people have passed away from our community. We've been the team that's been doing this. When we originally talked about it early in the summer, we were wondering if we needed as many as 500 banners. And of course, it's become evident that we may well need over 600 by the time the beginning of October comes. There will be a kind of permanence to this in that part of the budget includes documentation of the project, to make sure that it does have a permanent record online and that, there are ongoing ways to memorialize and commemorate and acknowledge lives lost, with a view to potentially some way further down the road having something more permanent. But that was, that's an ongoing discussion. And of course, it does represent an outlay that is for a temporary installation, but each one of those costs also represents revenue or income for people in our community who've been particularly impacted by the pandemic too. So there's a kind of, there is actually an economic benefit to, for example, artists being paid a small stipend for each of the banners that they create. I don't know if that answers the question, but this was one of the issues that we talked around a great deal.
That was just something when I saw the word temporary.
Mm-hmm. It is designed to be up for an entire month, and each of the banners will be permanent, but they just won't be brought together permanently.
Thank you.
I have a question. It's not necessarily, it's for Dustin. Are we allowed by law to sponsor an event like this directly?
Commissioner, I think it would be allowable, and I know Mike's
So
actually
a
on
few
the-
years ago, I brought forward an idea that was brought to me by a nonprofit, a worthy nonprofit here that the McLennan County would sponsor event for the event that the American Heart Association was doing to promote healthy living and lifestyles, and we didn't approve it. It wasn't allowed, and I think the excuse given was that we weren't allowed to by law. So I think that we have to be, we have to be consistent with what it is that we're able to sponsor and things like that. So.
Commissioner, we can go back and we can look at that as well. And I know I think Mike's on the call for a couple other items. I don't know if he wants to weigh in or if you want us to research that and then report back, we can.
I think some serious research needs to be done on the issue.
One other question that the discussion has brought to mind, are there going to be any thoughts or any contingencies put in place for the additional lives that could be lost from COVID going forward if the family comes and wants something? Is that going to be something that's available? And if so, who's going to, could there be an ongoing budget issue with this where we're going to have to continue to make these?
Commissioner Miller, you had, I think, a question kind of along the lines about the budget or what we're funding with the arts already.
Commissioner, if I cut you off, I apologize. I
No,
didn't hear.
you
Okay.
didn't. I just knew she was
Okay.
going to ask that question.
No, I hadn't said anything. And I guess my question really is contingent on the answer that Commissioner Jones receives. But I had a conversation with Fiona about the project, and the spirit of the project. I was 110% behind, but I was wondering, because we have put them in the budget moving forward with another 50,000 moving forward, if this was an ask on top of already that allocation that the county had given.
If I may respond, yes, it is. This is actually not coming to Creative Waco. This is a project which is being led by Waco Cultural Arts Festival and is over and above, because it's a COVID-related project and is specific to the messaging and the, the activities around COVID. It's it has been treated in that way also by the state with this, the state grant. So it is seen as being over and above other projects that are being done in the arts sphere, because this is specifically to commemorate people who passed away during COVID. And so it's not part of the core programming of Creative Waco or of the Cultural Arts Festival. It's kind of over and above that. So it does not, it's in addition to the core money that is granted to Creative Waco.
Fiona, this is Mike Dixon. You talked about the state. Are you talking about out of the ARPA grant?
It's this is a Texas Commission on the Arts grant.
Oh, okay.
And the Cooper Foundation also are seeing it as being over and above what they're doing for the Cultural Arts Festival. And have treated it as because usually you can't have two consecutive grants from Cooper Foundation, but they felt that this was separate to and additional to the other support that they're giving for this kind of activity.
If I could, again, I think any future questions and issues of discussion really are contingent on the answer that Commissioner Jones gets, and that is if it's even allowable for us to do it. But one of the things I would mention, because I saw 548, but I think the presentation has an updated number of 553, and that's a county-wide correct number of the fatalities we have lost. I think sometimes we get lost in the Waco thought, and we're not really reaching out to all of our surrounding communities. So when you do come to McLennan County, we pretty much are the face of all of the surrounding cities. And so I'm trying to figure out what type of outreach are we doing to ensure that when we do the Bridge of Souls, that all of McLennan County feels a part of this project.
Commissioner Miller, great question. And Fiona, if you don't mind me taking this one, I agree 100% with you. I think what the goal is that every life that has been lost in the county, whether it's in the city of Waco limits or not, their family will be contacted about the project individually, and they will have the opportunity to really personalize the silhouette that's going to be provided to them. And so we are working very closely with the health district as well to identify individuals that we've lost along the way, and how we can be in contact with the family members so they can personalize the silhouette. If for some reason the family decides that they don't want to do it themselves, but rather have an artist do it, we have that option available as well. So every person that will be contacted, whether within the city of Waco limits or not, have been impacted by COVID-19. And so it'll be a great cohesive effort to make sure that we are reaching out to every family member.
Do we know how many people have died of cancer and heart disease in the last, the last 2 years, and the amount of people that aren't getting their, cancer screenings? And, I'd like to know those numbers.
I'm sure that's something that I'm sure those numbers can be provided.
They, need because the system's so overwhelmed.
I'm sure those numbers can be provided. We just don't have it with us right now, but I'm sure they can be provided.
I mean, that's a COVID.
If I could, Dustin or Mike, do y'all have a response to Commissioner Jones's question regarding what's legal and what's whether this request would meet legal guidelines.
Judge, I did go back and I did a quick check in the minutes, and in 2015, we approved an American Heart Association Heart Walk sponsorship proposal in the amount of 7,500. And I'm looking for anything else that we might not have approved, but I
Right,
see that.
and then it came back to the court that it was not allowable for for McLennan County to participate in that sponsorship.
Mike, do you know what basis that might have been?
Well, I can tell you that a sponsorship would be based on what you have to do when you give money to a nonprofit. It has to also fulfill a county business purpose. And on top of that, you have to have an agreement that guarantees that a county business service is being met, and that if it's not met, the money is clawed back. So in that instance, I think the problem was that sponsoring individuals in a walk, even though it went back to a private entity, did not have the protections and the direct connection to county business.
But in this case,
How
this would
is
be,
that? How's healthy, promoting healthy, not, I mean, we have a health department. I mean, we have an indigent health office here. I mean, how does what the Heart Association
If we had something more specifically related to reaching out to like paupers or something like that, which does fit into the county business area, and an agreement, it would be okay to do something like that, even if it was for health generally.
Well, that's what this was. That's what the Heart Walk was.
You could possibly tie it in, but you have to have an agreement, and it has to fit a county purpose. Well, county purpose for health is generally narrow as far as not just all health. It's like indigent and several other things, but I can't remember everything from something several years back, but we can go back and pull it up.
Mike and Dustin,
Well, I
let me
remember-
ask a question here. On this specific request, do you see any legal barriers in approving this request? This one specifically?
We would have to have, it would have to also serve a county business purpose, and we would have to have an agreement that agrees that the business service would be, or the business of the county would be served by the services which provided clawbacks.
Can you see that connection in this request? Can you see where it could be papered or documented that would ensure the legality of the county taxpayers' money going towards this?
Bottom line, is there a county purpose, county business?
County business service purpose.
The only way I could see that, if it's some way to promote education on COVID, to essentially let people you know, push people to take note that people are dying and stuff like that. But you'd have to look at it. It would be close.
Okay,
Can I ask something? Would that be the situation irregardless of what source of funding? Is this something possibly we could use out of that ARPA money?
And that was one thing I was thinking about, is if it would fit under the marketing type stuff, or putting the public on notice of the pandemic and what needs to be done and stuff. And if that could be somehow modified to include not just a remembrance of the souls lost, but a very clear board that you work on with the public health district that says this, you know, this is what you have to do to try to prevent it, and talks about the, you know, the vaccination, talks about the face mask, talks about social distancing, stuff like that. That
okay.
could be an educational part of that.
Okay.
Okay, just so we can move forward this, does anyone on the court have any objection to approving this if it gets the legal clearance and the proper documentation that identifies the specific areas that this promotion needs to touch on? Is there a problem with doing it?
Can we find out if there's gonna be, because again,
If it's not legal, though.
well, I guess my concern is we don't know where we're headed with this. We would like to think we're headed in a good direction, but if
Right.
you end up with another 100 fatalities from this, are we gonna be willing to extend those families the same courtesy that we're extending these?
In my opinion, for me, I look at every request on its own basis and not tying any of them together. We cannot commit this court anyway from one budget year to the next. And so I think we'd be clear on that. I mean, I think it'd have to come back to court, and we would discuss it and decide whether we want to do it or not.
Well, there's precedents. I mean, even since I've been on the court, that we've approved something and then sounds like a good idea and make
Right.
us all feel
And
better.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying is if we can get,
And then we come back and legal says no.
okay,
So,
but
you know, I mean,
we would
that's-
want legal to say we can do this.
Right.
If we approve it, it's
I'm
subject
just
to,
explaining what happened.
yeah, okay.
And Judge, we'll research it more, but I'm finding the invoice where that 7,500 was paid. And I don't know if Francis is seeing that same thing or if we,
Yes, so I don't remember the exact discussions that happened that year, but we did end up paying $7,500 to American Heart Association. City of Waco put in the same amount. But what may have happened is that there may have been some discussion, and then kind of similar today, and then some kind of agreement was probably brought maybe back later, or a county purpose was stated for the cost at some point. But like Dustin said, we can try to help also gather any information from that year that occurred. But again, you know, like Mike was saying and Dustin was saying, you know, counties can't make donations of any kind. But every nonprofit that we do have something budgeted for, there is an agreement, or there's a purpose, a county purpose has been established by Commissioner's Court, which part of the process of us okaying an expenditure through our office is that it does serve a county purpose. So, you know, like they were saying, that would need to be established, or an agreement put into writing that laid out those terms.
And so the last conversation that I had with the executive director of the Heart Association said that it was not, that county legal came back and said no, and that we couldn't
But we paid them.
Yeah, so, I mean,
I don't know.
how, what kind of business is, is that, so.
One other comment quickly. In my understanding, this all revolves around the fact that counties' hands are tied much more so by the state, by state law, the Constitution, legislature, than cities. Cities have a much wider leeway as far as what they can expend funds for. And I know counties it's very narrow, very prescribed. So is that correct, Dustin?
Yes, sir. That's a very good point. We are only allowed to do what is prescribed by statutes, whereas cities can do things unless they are specifically forbidden from doing so.
Okay.
And I know that we did not receive any type of, signage or anything that the sponsors of the event did receive. So I know that for certain.
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm trying to say, if we can have a motion one way or the other, and it can, if it's to do it, then it needs to be subject to all the things that make it legal and appropriate. And if they can't get there, then there's no funding that happens from this. But the reason why I'm trying to get to that point is because we're already into September, and I know they've got a tight timeline. And we can even make the decision, if it can qualify for ARPA money, then it could come out of that pot too, but just trying to get something decided on this.
Judge, I'm willing to move forward under those. If it's not gonna fall under that, I would like for it to come back to the court to determine where we would budget it from. But if it falls under the American Rescue Plan, I've got no problems with it.
Okay. So I
I would
understand
like
what you're
to,
saying.
oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on just a minute. What you're saying is that if it comes under ARPA money, then you would be okay to
Absolutely.
make a motion in that regards. If it doesn't come under that, then it need to come back
Need
to
to come
court,
back to us to determine where.
even if it was determined it was legal to do it. Because that's what I'm saying. After it'd be subject to approval by both Dustin and Mike. If it doesn't meet those guidelines, we're not gonna do it no matter what. So
That's fine. I think
Right.
That's a legitimate
I think that's,
motion.
yeah.
So,
That would be my hope.
General fund or ARP money,
Pat, I think that's what the direction Pat's leaning.
Okay, Pat.
General fund. Save ARP for.
Okay. No, you all, I was listening because I wanted to make sure that I heard everyone's thoughts. You're correct. I think what I'm hearing is a consensus. It's a worthy project. Like Commissioner Jones, just on a personal note, as someone who lost a sister because she couldn't get a heart procedure during last year, I understand that there are families that are touched in all sorts of ways with COVID-19. But on this one, I think the county participating in a show of support and consolation, especially in the middle of a public pandemic. If we legally can do it, is the first question. You're right. It doesn't matter what source of funding. We first have to cross the bridge of if we can do it. And it would be my hope that if we could, that it would be eligible for ARPA funds. And then if I have the votes, I would just like to make the motion to approve the funding request for Bridge of Souls based on those contingencies.
okay, based on getting legal approval and in regards to whether it meets those guidelines and the review of the agreement.
Yes, sir.
For the purpose, and then also if it can be funded out of ARPA money, then that'd be the first option. And the
Yes,
second
sir.
option would be the general fund, or not?
I didn't really say a second option.
Okay. Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And just so, I'm gonna try to repeat it.
Okay, you gonna repeat that motion?
All right, this is, motion is made to approve the funding request, subject to legal review and review of the agreement between the two entities, county being one of the entities, and that, it would be funded out of the ARPA money.
Yes.
Does that sound, is that,
You did perfect.
Commissioner Perry, is that okay?
That's okay.
Second?
It's another
All right,
second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Abstain.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, thank you.
All right, Judge would like to go to item N5, discussion and/or action regarding redistricting information, including but not limited to timeline plan updates, and would like to call on Professor Mike Morrison.
Good morning, Professor.
Is it still? Oh, yeah. Good morning. I will try to give you some time back, but I'm here as long as you want. Every time I walk in here, Judge, every 10 years, kind of like Brigadoon, come out of the mist, do a little redistricting. I walk by the terrazzo tile there, the floor of the rotunda that has the county commissioner When David Gwynn and I first did this back in 1981, that's what the lines were. If you ever decide to redo it, I'd use chalk.
Okay. We'll take that under
We've
advisement.
sort of made a mess of it in the last 40 years out there. I was just looking this morning before the meeting. On October 20th, 2011, we sent to the Justice Department your last plan. That's 6 weeks from now. That was after 7 months of effort when we got the numbers in February, as we always have before. One of the victims of COVID was normality. And so we didn't get the numbers until about 10 days ago. So what I've brought today, I think can be fairly brief. It's really a report. It's not a request for anything. I'm not going to go back through one person, one vote. We know you have to balance population. Talk about that in a moment. I'm not going to go back through minority voting strength. We know that we have to deal with that. But I do want to remind you of some of the things that this court is entitled to take into account, because to the extent that any line drawn departs from a ideal division of population. Under the census, it says that the county had 260,579 people on April Fool's Day of 2020. The census is always taken on April Fool's Day, and we know why. If that's the case, then each commissioner precinct would have 65,144 or 145 people. That tells us that the precinct with the most people must be within 6,514 of the precinct with the fewest. If you'll look at that benchmark plan on the front, you can see that instead of within 6,500, we're at 14,128 variants. Instead of being under 10%, that variance stated as a percent of the ideal, we're at a variance of 21.69%. So we've got to address it. And you can see again from that, and I don't think anybody in this room or listening in will be surprised that precincts 1 and 2 grew by population, and precincts 2 and 3, 1 and 4, and precincts 2 and 3 lost. And if you look at it, precinct 2 and precinct 4 were within 500 people of netting the gain and loss between them. And precinct 1 and precinct 3 were within about the same 500 people. So whatever we end up doing, 1 and 4 need to shed people, and 2 and 3 need to gain people. And we're talking about significant amounts of people. In drawing these, things that this court is entitled to consider or one, and most of these are not for the benefit of the commissioners. The first is maintaining the core of existing precincts. There are a group of people out there who voted each of you into office. Maintaining that core is designed to give the people who selected their representative the opportunity to continue with that representative. The next is protecting incumbency, and it's directly related to the first. Directing incumbency is not designed to let you guys keep jobs. It's designed, again, for the voters to be able to retain the representative they chose to serve on this court. And so it's designed to protect the voter. Use of existing election precincts. It's not as tough now as it used to be the way we're voting, but I bet everybody in this room has shown up one morning at an election at the Bethel Baptist Church only to find out you're supposed to go to the junior high school. And you were doing it on the way to work, and now you don't know if you're going to get to vote or not. So to the extent that you can leave those election precincts whole, people don't have to get used to where they were going. And again, I understand with the voting policies that we use now, that's not quite the problem it was. Maintaining communities of interest within these election precincts. You'll have communities that tend to vote together. They tend to vote in similar ways. Where those communities represent protected minority interests, it would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act and could well be a violation of the 4th and 15th Amendment to split those. So when we identify those, we try to protect them. Compactness. If you'll sort of look at the evolution of McLennan County precincts in the last 40 years, they become less and less compact because our population, it's like the donut. The hole in the middle continues to empty out a little bit, and we're sending out towards McGregor, we're sending out towards Valley Mills, we're sending down towards Robinson, sending out between Woodway and Hewitt, significant numbers of people. And what that does when you try to balance population and protect other interests is it starts looking a little more like an octopus than 4 rectangles, which is what you saw out in the lobby. Using natural and physical boundaries when you can. When someone moves in or a builder builds a house, if your election precinct or if your commissioner precinct runs down a meets and bound line instead of a street or a highway or a river, well, it's hard for people to know where they reside. And then finally, duties of the office. And at one time in the past, that mattered a lot. The first couple of times when David and I did this, back when Bobby Thomas was judge, each commissioner sort of fought for the budget. And how many roads have I got? How many bridges have I got? Where's my mother-in-law live? That all affected the lines that people wanted to deal with. So having said that, what I've done today is, in looking at the census, it's clear that McLennan County needs to redistrict. The lines as they exist violated equal protection both under state and federal statute. My job, as I've told you earlier, is not to tell you how to do this, but what I have done is come up with some lines that are just kind of a example, if you will, of how little needs to change and might still address each of those traditional criteria to come up with a plan that, with a little tweaking, would probably work. Now, I'm not suggesting that this plan would serve as anything more than a beginning. I suspect that each of you know your precincts better than I do. And each of you have ideas about how you could better serve the people that are in McLennan County than I do. But sitting at a computer and looking at the redistricting criteria, I've come up with the map that you see in front of you. And in that map, with moving 5 election precincts and part of a 6th, nothing else is touched, we would reduce the maximum variation from 14,128 to 3,634, and that would be the difference between 1 and 4, which was where we had the most difference before. The deviation would go from 21.69 to 5.58. There are about 10,000 ways you can draw those lines and bring the numbers down. There's nothing magic about the ones that I've shown you. But if you look at the map I gave you, and you think about the areas that need to gain and need to lose, the election precincts that are impacted are in 3 discrete areas. A swap under this map between 3 and 2 of precincts 46 and 47 gives precinct 2 population it needs. And of course, precinct 3 didn't need to get rid of people. But when you look at where the population breaks down and where you have concentrations of minority voters, if you're going to come up with lines that add to the population to precinct 2 that don't, just at least on their face, violate voting rights issues, moving 46 to 47 is a pretty good way to do it. And precinct 2, as it exists now, had a total minority profile of 71.26. Under these lines, precinct 2 would have a minority profile of 71.99%. That's up almost 1%. So we've added several thousand people. We have continued to leave precinct 2. And we've added several thousand, and we've maintained the minority profile. There's been a shift into that. The black profile, African American profile, was dropped slightly. The Hispanic rose. Both of those are consistent with what we've seen happen countywide under the 2020 census with the respective populations. So it's possible that moving those election precincts is something to be considered. The other 2 that affect, these affect 1 and 2, 2 more, would be 56, which is essentially Beverly Hills, and 25, just to the south and east. If those are moved from precinct 1 into precinct 2, we then get the population up where we have 1 person, 1 vote tolerances that are acceptable. And then finally, offloading some population from 4 to 3. Remember, 3 gave up some population to 2, but still needed to pick some up. And if you look down as you head out towards McGregor, if you move voting precinct 91 from 4 to 3 and part of precinct 23 from 2 to 3, that brings you to those numbers. Again, it's not even a suggestion. It's just an example of how relatively few changes, none of these affect rural lines. And in my experience, usually that creates the least disruption in a commissioner's precinct. Now, your experience may differ, but for today, what I can tell you is you need to redistrict. One approach could be some aspect of this, if there's any aspect of this that seems to make sense. But we've got time to explore this as a court or with individual commissioners as you choose. I sent the judge this morning the most recent write-up of Senate Bill 13, which proposes 3 different sets of election calendars for statewide offices where y'all would be on the ballot too. And depending on when the governor signs it, if the governor signs, if they pass it, the governor signs it on or before November 15th, things stay pretty much the way they are. You would have a December 13 filing deadline, March 1 primary, a May 24 runoff, May 24. If the governor signs it after November 15th, but before December 18th, then you've got filing not earlier than January 10th nor later than January 24th. And you've got a runoff April 5th and primary April 5th, runoff June 21st. If it's signed after December 28th, but before February 2nd, then you've got February 21st through March 6th or 7th to file. Primary May 24th, runoff July 26th. And if it's not done by February 6th, Secretary of State is given the task of figuring out how to have an election.
Now, what did they do? I'm sorry. What did they do in 11? They drew the lines, and in a normal, it was the timeline. So I'm trying to think, and there was a lawsuit, and the court stopped everything, and we came back and we had a refiling period. Is that correct?
I don't remember that, but we still had our elections on time. We still had the March and the.
No, we didn't have the, we didn't
Not
have
then?
we had the
In 11?
the primary
12?
in 12 was not until after Memorial Day. It was there was a Tuesday after Memorial Day.
Okay. I don't,
Yeah.
well, I don't remember.
Uh-huh.
But we can be looking at something very similar.
Similar, yeah. That's what I,
As it impacts the court, one of the choices for the court to consider is how do you want us to proceed now? We don't know when you're going to end up needing to call an election. But let's assume the legislature gets it passed, the governor gets it signed, and we end up with December. You're going to call the election. To call it and to file, you need to know what the lines are. There's not a lot of time between now and December. The last I saw, and they may have changed their mind because the numbers got out a little earlier than census initially said. City of Dallas had already decided that they weren't going to try to get this done for the 2022 election. They're just not going to try.
right,
If y'all want to have it done in time for the 22 election, and we assume that things will get passed and signed on time, we're not quite in the middle of September, October, November. We're on a little bit of a fast track. I'm intentionally, Judge, when David and I did this, we did work for the state. We did about 65, 70 cities, counties, school districts. I'm not doing anything for the state. I've only agreed to work with a few clients. I'm putting the counties first because you're on the most, you've got the shortest fuse, possibly. You may end up with the longest fuse, depending on what happens.
Could be.
But I would appreciate the thoughts of the court on, do you want us to try to move this process quickly enough?
I think so.
If you do, that's going to impact some of what we've done in the past. For example, one of the things we've done in the past is have a citizens advisory committee. Everybody would appoint 2 or 3 people, usually 2 per the commissioner. The judge would appoint a chair or 3. That invariably adds about a month to the process if you're going to do it right. Other places, and I'll have to say that we did that because it was well received at the Justice Department. Relatively rarely did we learn something that had an impact on the plan that one of the commissioners didn't already know or have heard from a constituent. Another possibility, instead of a group, would be for each of you to identify some people that you thought would have good input to work with you. I'm pretty open to it, but if we're going to do things that took 5 and 6 months in the past, we're not going to get this done in time.
I see, and I know how involved each of the commissioners were in the past and really looking at their,
Yeah.
on how it affects their area. That latter suggestion, and it's up to the court, might be the best. That way it involves each commissioner in that little group that they put together and get with you directly. And it does not, it just needs to be worked out to the, whatever level of comfort each commissioner can get to. Then we'll narrow it down to any conflicts. In other words, like
Yep.
there's a difference in two commissioners' opinions where they have adjoining lines. And try to set that process up fairly quickly. And we'll be way down the road on it. But having a committee that does not include one of the commissioners in it is gonna be, too many things get lost in the translation. So that's my suggestion, that each one of y'all are involved in, and you can pick a few people.
Or not.
Or not, yeah, or not, but go directly to Dr. Morrison and work this out. And then when we need to get in to resolve differences, it'll be part of an action by the court.
And again, depending on what makes sense to y'all, sometimes it's quick if the two of you who share a common boundary come together.
And you can't, because there's only two, and it's not a,
Yeah. And
not a violation of open
as
meetings.
opposed to sort of a ping pong match
Yeah.
where different maps go back and forth. And
Right.
I've done it both ways, and I'll do my best to do it however works best for the court. But, Judge, that's all
Okay.
the news I have for today, but I'm happy to take questions or
Okay.
have discussion.
Any questions anyone have? Or any ideas on the approach? Are we okay to just
Well,
move
and I
forward?
guess that's what I want to know
Okay.
is what we're going to determine. I'm with you from the standpoint, I still would like to include,
Yeah.
folks that live in the precinct
Up to
and
you.
their thoughts and their, it's one thing when you're gaining area, but when you're giving area up, I would like to have input
Sure.
from people that live in the precinct.
Right.
Because I'm,
And again, where they're given up doesn't matter as far as the number is concerned. I mean, 5,000 people here, 5,000 people there, that makes no difference. Under the Voting Rights Act, if you've got an area that's predominantly Anglo, where you move it makes a difference only if you're moving it into a precinct that has a high minority population, where it will hurt it. So, our difficulty is the Voting Rights Act requires us to protect racial and ethnic minorities in their voting. And the Constitution prohibits us under equal protection from making that the primary and only driving force. So we've got the horns of this dilemma. And the Supreme Court has never been able to answer how much is too much. It's more like, well, what's pornographic, I guess. It just depends on who's looking. And so I want to get you as close to what you and your constituents think makes sense while protecting the court from, as best I can,
Okay.
from a lawsuit.
All right. All right, there's no other questions?
But I do agree that we need to, as, I don't know if that was the word you used, fast track.
Yeah.
Or continue to move
Right.
expeditiously forward in a,
We don't want to be the holdup. There'll
Exactly.
be plenty of holdups and
Yeah.
obstacles, but we choose not to be one of those.
Right.
So,
And Judge, you might be thinking ahead, if you would. We need to have a public hearing, obviously.
okay,
And the key about public hearings is you need to have it far enough along where people really get an idea of what it is you're thinking about doing,
yeah,
but not so far along that everybody's bonded with a set of lines that it appears to be a fait accompli.
okay,
And so be thinking, you'll have a better sense, I think, as we move along. But with that in mind, we might want to start thinking about a date for a public hearing, because what's going to happen is I'm going to end up with a bunch of public hearings kind of in a tight
yeah,
timeline.
tight, and that's,
And may even have to think in terms of a special
Okay.
meeting.
we'll do. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Dustin, just speaking of thinking ahead, Let's have one more item, or around 10:30, I want to have a break, for 5 minutes because we'll probably need to go all the way to about 11:15 before we recess for lunch. And it appears we're gonna have to meet again after lunch.
Yes, sir. Well, Judge, if we could go to item L2. This is regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Under L2B, we have authorization of agreement with Economic Opportunities Advancement Corporation, EOAC, for granted program administration of ERA1. Then L2C is the authorization of the agreement for them to administer ERA2. So Mike, did you want to give a quick overview of these two? And then Judge, we have Dorothy Marsteller and Kenesha Johnson from EOAC on the line that can be available for questions as well.
Thank you. Okay.
Originally, we received a grant from the Treasury Department under the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant number 1. Thereafter, they had a second round, and we also received money under Grant 2. There's subtle differences between the two that makes the ERA2 much easier to administer and more likely to get to move money. It was decided that ERA2 would be monitored or administered by the EOAC. In that instance, it seemed to the city and to everyone that it would be best to transfer ERA1 also to the EOAC, so that there would be a one-stop shop for both grants. It certainly wasn't taken away from the city. I mean, it was an agreed thing. The city had done a very good job. They transferred out over $1 million of money, which it doesn't sound like much in the $6 million scope, but I have much bigger counties that haven't transferred out that much on their ERA1. So anyway, it would be better to have both ERA grants administered by the same administrator. So we have created sub-recipient agreements, administration agreements with EOAC for both ERA1 and ERA2. And that's what we're bringing before you today, is to approve those agreements so they can get started administrating the ERA2 and ERA1. We also will have a transfer and assignment agreement with the city. I don't know if it's on this agenda, is it, Dustin?
No, sir, Mike, we have not heard back on some of the revisions from Waco, so we're shooting for September 21st for it.
Okay, so the city will continue to handle what's in its pipeline now until the transfer, but the EOAC can start on ERA1. Then if at the cutoff date, which I think we have in the transfer agreement as October 31st, is that right, Dustin?
Yes, sir.
The city hasn't got rid of what's in its pipeline, then it transfers all that information and documentation over to EOAC to handle. And I believe you have Dorothy on the phone somewhere. You not from the EOAC?
Yes.
Good morning.
Dorothy, do you want to add anything?
Only that we have already, we've had it approved by the board, as you said, and we are already receiving calls. We have set up our online application, announcing our partnership with the county, as well as on our Facebook group, and we have had just a flood of calls. And so we are anticipating a very good turnout for this, for people who are needing assistance and anything. Robert, the Director of Community Services, is with me. Robert, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Not really at this time, no.
We're really excited to partner with the county. Thank you very much.
And Dorothy, would you go over to the commissioners, your mobile, the mobile facet of your program?
The mobile facet.
Where you go to places outside of Waco?
Oh, yes, we have multiple places that they plan on what we have lists. They've talked about going to some of the area Walmarts. Kenesha has already, Kenesha Johnson has taken flyers to a lot of different apartment complexes. Kenesha, are you still here?
I'm still on. I've actually been in contact with various property management companies. They actually reached out to me before we even knew that we were going to be administrating this program. So I did contact them. I've dropped off applications as well as flyers. I've been over to City Hall in Lacey Lakeview as well as Bellmead. I'm waiting to hear back from some areas, some people in Mart as well as McGregor, so that I can get some information out to them as well. But we've had an influx of calls and walk-ups over here as far as the rental assistance.
Right.
Kenesha, can I add real quickly? I think,
Yes.
and somewhat probably what Mike was alluding to as well, is that we do have the ability to go set up an on-site
Yes.
in McGregor,
Yes.
Mart, wherever, and where we
Yeah.
actually can scan all the documents.
All the documents, we can work with them to get the application completed and scan it in over to us. Yes, we can definitely, we have the ability to do that. We have laptops that we can travel with for the applicants to use as well.
Fantastic.
And another thing is that Kenesha was speaking with Judge Lee last week, and he has given her some information where she can go and look at people who are going to be facing eviction. And so we can possibly head some of that off before it ends up in front of Judge Lee. So there was some conversation there. So a lot is being done to reach out to the entire McLennan County.
And Dorothy, let me stop right there, because all the JPs need to be contacted. They were all providing information at one point. And so they all have that same type of information. So it would be good to make contact with each JP and get their docket sheets.
We will. Thank you, Mike. That's for the information.
Couple of comments, please. One, and you may have already thought about this or may already have this in plan or in place or plan to do, would be in contacting these cities, see if you would be allowed to put information up on their website. A lot of these cities have some, even the smaller cities have websites, and if you could attach to them or have a way to publicize it through their website, I think it would be beneficial also.
All right.
And then finally, and this is just my thought, on the documentation provided to us on a quarterly basis, I would like it kept fairly simple myself. I'd like to know on a quarterly basis and then year to date, how much money has actually been expended out to households, the number of people who've actually been helped, and then finally the administrative cost quarterly and year to date. Now, beyond that, that's really the information I would like to see.
And I think that's all included as part of the agreement, so I think we'll see that.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and we've given an example of one that is really straightforward like that. So, I think we can, we'll work on that to make sure that what you get is very helpful to you.
Good, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, what's the pleasure of the court on L2B and L2C?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Miller,
I'm sorry. Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, L5.
And yes, while we still have EOAC on the call, L5 is regarding the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs Community Development Block Grant CARES Act Fund, Texas Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program, discussion and or action regarding administration of grant and related matters. Back in July, the court had actually approved HOTCOG to administer these funds, but when we received notice from the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs that they made the award, $300,000 was awarded to EOAC for the administration of those funds for McLennan County. So we have that on the agenda for the court's approval. And Dorothy, didn't know if you had anything that you'd like to add to that.
The only thing I have to add at this time is that we have been in contact with Community Affairs, getting ready to roll that program out, and we will utilize the same process as we will be using for the other funds to roll that out to our county community.
Thank you.
Okay,
Dustin, do we have a subrecipient agreement on that or administration agreement?
Mike, we do not. So if we can, I guess we'll need to work one up for this. I'm not sure exactly what we received from Housing Community Affairs, but I'll look at that and get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so if the court approves, we need a motion to approve L5 subject to final documentation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
All right, pass. Okay, like to recess until 10:35.
Senate wanting that to?
Well, Speaker Phelan is, I think, he's pro local control.
Yeah, he is. He wrote me, I sent him a letter and he actually responded back, which I was surprised.
He's done several interviews and things like that.
So it's not coming from him.
No, it's a Senate, 100%.
Well, and
then
it's
a women's Republican.
Lieutenant Governor, hard pushing.
Yeah. And then that, the TPPF and Michael Quinn Sullivan.
Judge Rick?
Yes, sir.
Recording in progress.
Evan Smith.
Calendar group 1 hour ago Commissioners Court, today at 9 a.m. One more upcoming event.
All right, let's call court back in session. Okay, Dustin.
All right, I'd like to go to item L4 regarding the Texas Community Block Grant for water and sewer improvements in the unincorporated community of Elmont, contract number 7219270. There are 3 action items here. L4A is a presentation regarding implementation of Texas CDBG Section 3 goals. L4B, authorizations regarding award of construction contract with Bear Contractors Incorporated for the Oak Forest waterline replacement, and L4C is authorization of small purchase procurement record. I'd like to call on David from Langford Community Services.
Morning, David.
Judge David is on. He is muted.
Good morning, Judge and Court.
Morning.
I'm with Langford Community Management Services. I'm here to speak briefly about a CDBG funding item. The Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, recently issued a new rule that updates the Section 3 regulations. Some changes are required to the implementation of your CDBG project. So this affects all CDBG contracts that were not completed before July 1st of 2021. McLennan County has a CDBG project that's in the early phases, so it is affected by this rule change. The TDA has changed the implementation manual to include the use of some new forms. Excuse me. And in addition to the new forms, there's also a requirement that the grant recipient must present the Section 3 goals of the CDBG program in an open meeting of the Commissioners Court. So we're here to make a presentation on this new Section 3 rule. And by doing so, the county will have complied with this requirement to have the briefing. We did submit the briefing in our packet. And is it, do I need to share my screen instead, or will that presentation come up?
David, if you can share it, that would be great. If not, we can do it on our end.
Let me see about sharing it then.
Okay, we have it.
Terrific. This is a short presentation. It's 10 slides, including the cover section, the cover slide. So the county was recently awarded a CDBG grant contract in the amount of $300,000. It's a water project in the Elmont area. It also involves the replacement of a water line on Oak Forest Avenue. Grants funded by CDBG, which is under the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it's run through the Texas Department of Agriculture, or TDA. As condition of the funding, the county must comply with all the Section 3 housing requirements from the HUD Act of 1968. The grant funds are targeted, directed to low-income persons and low-income businesses. In this means that the Section 3 businesses have this information. They understand where they can submit bids or to do work on the project. There's also information about where Section 3 workers can find opportunities under this program. A company can qualify as a Section 3 business under these conditions. It's owned by low-income persons, it's owned by Section 8 assisted housing residents, or 75% or more of the labor hours for the business in a 3-month period are performed by low-income or Section 3 workers. There's a HUD site where Section 3, potential Section 3 businesses can go to register their business as a Section 3 business. This particular project in McLennan County is expected to include the following types of contractual opportunities: grant administration services, which have been selected, engineering, which has already been selected, water meter replacement has been selected, and a fourth contractor to do water line replacement has been selected, is not under contract yet. But these are the opportunities that came about under this project. Section 3 workers can qualify if their annual income meets a certain threshold, or if they're a member of the youth, or if they're a youth build participant. Here's registration information where one can look for Section 3 opportunities, and they're listed here on the slide in your presentation. Section 3 workers are also targeted by location of the project. We're required under this program now to submit a map. Grant administration, and Langford is doing this for you, have met the requirements of the map per the format that the TDA needs it in to define a target 3 area. So this is the map that corresponds to your project. The hours worked on this project by the different categories of workers needs to be tracked. Again, grant administration will track those hours and report on them. Additional information, if you want to read the regulations, they're here available on this slide. The CDBG policy, the federal regulation on 24 CFR 7, Part 75. And of course, you can always call Langford for any additional information if we can answer any questions. Janelle Foster is the manager on this program. Her contact information is listed on the slide. By having this presentation today, you've met the requirement for this new rule. And it checks that off. So there will be no delay in your project or submitting for funds or whatnot.
Good.
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions for David? Comments? Okay, is there a motion to approve L4A, L4B, and L4C?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Oh, Dustin had some.
Dustin?
Judge, sorry, David, on L4B, I know we were still awaiting a copy of that contract. Do we need to go ahead and move forward with awarding the contract with Bear Contractors? Then we can bring it back next court session?
Yes, sir. We need to move ahead with approving that.
Okay. And so, Judge, just quickly, L4B would be that awarding that construction contract with Bear Contractors. And then L4C is just the authorization of small purchase procurement records showing that the lowest bidder was Bear Contractors.
Right, okay. And I know Bear Contractor does a lot of this kind of work, so they'll do a good job. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote, or since it's a grant, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
All right, Judge, next we have two items for Chris Collins. First is N4, Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for July 2021. And then I1, authorization of third program project agreement with Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. Chris?
Morning, Chris.
Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen with you, and you can see our monthly activity report. This is our report for the month of July of this year. Our attraction inquiries continue to be high. Last year was a strong year for us despite the pandemic, and this year has not let up at all. In fact, it's really outpacing last year as far as the number of attraction inquiries that we've had. Proposals that have gone out the doors also continues to be high for us too, as well as on-site visits that we are seeing companies coming into the marketplace. And many of these are coming in for multiple visits, both virtually and face-to-face. We visited with one company and various teams via phone and face-to-face meetings about 3 times in 1 week. So lots of different groups that are coming into the marketplace. Still seeing a lot of activities, particularly around manufacturing. Our business retention program continues on. We have seen a shift with some of those visits. We have moved back into a face-to-face platform, but now we're moving back into virtual visits, or the companies are asking us to implement masking of some sort, limit the number of individuals coming on to the visits, just to being a higher level of precaution as we're seeing that increase in COVID cases. They want to make sure that they're being safe with folks coming onto their campuses.
Chris, if you could please speak up a little bit. We're having a little bit of a muffled sound.
Yes, sir. I apologize for that. With our existing business assistance program, we're continuing to see a number of requests coming in from our existing industries. I would say back onto the business retention visit program, we have not seen the same level of engagement there that we've previously seen in the past. You know, we typically have a goal of 100 visits a year, and I promise that it is not for lack of trying on getting visits. But what we're seeing is companies are either asking to delay their visits until they can host people on site, or they're just so covered up with work right now that they can't make the time to host another meeting, either virtually or at their facility. So we're pushing forward, looking at ways in which we can be creative and making sure that we're continuing to outreach to existing businesses. But just know that we have come up against a little bit of a challenge there, and we're working through it on our end. We have seen some increased level of outward activity on our part with our business development events. Year to date, through the end of July, we were at 11. If you'll remember, in the pandemic, we had hit 15 visits in the month through the month of March, and then that went to 0 for the rest of the year. So we stuck at 15 for almost all of 2020. We are starting to see that come back with a strong pipeline of additional visits coming up within the next few months. Looking at our most active projects, we do have a number of them that are close to being announced. This, of course, was at the end of July, so being reflective of that. We don't have any projects that are currently on hold. We did have several last year that had issues where they were delaying in some kind of decision making related to their projects because they were of the uncertainty of the economy. Those are all pushing forward now. And when we look at what's happening with the economy, I participate in a monthly economic index report with First National Bank of Central Texas and the Waco Trib. We continue to see that single family housing is strong for us. We're continuing to see that auto sales and retail spending are higher. I thought, for the month of June, one thing that was really interesting was that our hotel occupancy tax collections were up 357% over where they were in June of 2020. And that, but that's also not a fair comparison given the world in which we live in. But when you look at a June 2019 comparison to where we are in June of 2021, where our hotel sales tax collections were actually higher than in 2019. So that's a strong indicator for us, and that should also make y'all feel good about with the additional dollars that you collect with hotel occupancy for the venue tax. One thing I would just say with that too is that it's not just that the hotel industry is recovering and the number of people are coming back, but they're also facing a higher recovery because there had been a suppression in the occupancy rates. So, our normal rates in 2019 saw a significant dip in 2020 as they were trying to attract people into the hotels. And so not only are they recovering from the level of people coming back into hotels, they're also recovering from the rates and moving back into a more normal rate structure there. So that a lot of movement that's happening in that. And so we're glad to see that too. Payroll unemployment continues to come down for us, and our commercial building permits are up significantly over where they were in June of last year. And I would say that a lot of the projects that we announced in 2020 are now moving into a construction phase, and so you're starting to see building permits being pulled for those particular projects. So the things that we'll announce this year likely being pulled in the latter part of this year or the first part of next year, continuing to push that economy forward. We did have a couple of project announcements, and thank you for your support with these. As you'll recall, we had Mars Wrigley with their new roasting facility that's adding $31 million in new taxable investment, a total $58 million project that will also bring on an additional wastewater treatment facility upgrade to the site, and the retention of 620 full-time jobs that have an average annual wage of $50,000 a year or higher. And then we also had the project announcement with Esselbein Tire for their tire distribution facility in the Waco International Aviation Park off of Highway 84 near the TSTC and L3 campuses. That project is under construction now and represents an additional $16 million investment for that part of our community. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have about what's going on related to the economy or
Any
with our
questions?
project.
Any questions anyone would have? All right. Does that complete your report for the?
Yes, sir, it does.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve this report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Is there a second? Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right.
So the second project that you have before you on I-1 is a program project agreement with between the Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation and Space SpaceX, or Space Technology Corporation. This is a great opportunity for our community. As you recall, SpaceX is a privately held commercial aerospace company. They're headquartered in California, but have a research and development facility in the McGregor Industrial Park. They began their operations in 2003 with 3 employees. They have expanded that to 587 employees currently, and over 4,000 acres under current lease for their operations. They have a strong employment base, predominantly engineers, technicians, professional staff, and have very high wages for our marketplace of over $60,000 a year or more. In addition to the direct jobs that they create, they have a number of contractors that they host on-site daily that support various operations and projects at their facility. So it's a lot of direct and indirect employment that's happening at that facility, along with a lot of strong technical activity that's occurring there. I always like to say it really is rocket science that's happening there. So we're proud to have them in our community. What you have before you is, I think everybody has worked hard to help create new opportunities for advanced expansion at that site. And we've worked a long time to help encourage additional expansion into the McGregor facility. We've supported a lot of different programs over the years, and the Economic Development Corporation has supported 2 other grants that have helped provide additional expansions of both investment and employment at the site. What you have before you is for SpaceX to provide an advanced rocket engineering factory that would support their Raptor engines for the Starship launch vehicle and spacecraft. So if you will recall, the Starship is the large launch vehicle that is in the Boca Chica area in South Texas. This would be developing and building engines specifically to support that launch vehicle and advance the company's mission for Mars and beyond. They're proposing a multiple phase project with initial phases investing $100 million over a 24-month period for the production facility, creating an additional 250 jobs with an average annual wage of over $67,000 a year. If additional phases happen, which we feel strongly that they will, there will be an additional $50 million in personal property investment over a 36-month period, and an additional 150 jobs for a total of 400 new jobs, all with an average annual wage of $67,000 a year. The company has submitted a WEDMEC grant request, and that has gone through the WEDMEC board and comes to the county commissioners as a recommendation for a $6 million WEDMEC grant in support of additional infrastructure improvements needed at the McGregor site. McGregor is participating in support of the project as well through an existing 380 agreement, reimbursing a portion of property taxes over a period of time, as well as contributing to infrastructure improvements on their side as well. With this particular grant, it would be a phased payment structure. So the first payment of $2 million would be available upon completion of the initial first phase of investment and the creation of 50 jobs. The second payment of $2 million would be available upon completion. Again, you don't get the first $2 million unless you complete the investment. You don't get the second piece of that until you, once you've completed that the first phase investment, and then created all 250 jobs by June of 2025, they would be available to draw down against an additional $2 million. So a total of $4 million available based off of the $100 million investment and 250 jobs. pushing forward with additional phases of development. If they hit a total of $150 million in investment and the creation of 400 new jobs, they would be eligible for an additional $2 million. And those would be, all of those investments would need to be in place by June 30th of 2026. So over a relatively short period of time, looking at an additional 400 jobs, $150 million worth of new investment, and a state-of-the-art production facility unlike any other in the world. Looking at the payback for this, you're looking at a combined ROI of 15.4% for the annual ROI between the city of Waco and McLennan County, and a 6.1-year payback. Looking specifically at the county side of it, it's a 26% annual ROI and a 3.6-year payback. And this is one where, because the project is located outside of the Waco city limits, the county has a much stronger return on investment than the city of Waco does with this particular project. Looking at additional terms of the agreement, no more than $15 million of the total investment can be allotted to infrastructure improvements. In addition, the company is committing to a partnership at the Bledsoe Miller Steam Center. They'll provide an annual vendor fair program in Waco, helping local suppliers and contractors become qualified vendors with their company. They'll have the retention of 578 positions, the creation of 400 jobs over multiple phases, the payroll piece of it as well. So they'll have annual payroll and average annual wages that they'll have to comply with. Residency requirement, which is consistent with prior agreements where 60% of the total employees reside in McLennan County and 25% of total employees reside in the city of Waco. And then they would provide us with an aggregated report out on their annual spending within McLennan County and report the vendors by zip code. Of course, they'll have to provide health insurance benefits because that's a requirement of the Economic Development Corporation grants. And then the clawback provision would be based off of the overall increased payroll on site that they would provide annual compliance with. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have about the grant request for the project itself.
Any questions? Significant project.
I had a couple. One, I want to make sure I understood you right, Chris. You're saying that when it comes to the employment, out of all the jobs that they're creating, 25% of the people have to be within the city of Waco?
Yes, ma'am.
And 60, you said 60% within McLennan County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a reason why that percentage is so much lower than on other projects?
Yes, ma'am. It's consistent with what we've done in other agreements. Because they're located more in the western part of McLennan County, their draw for labor tends to be different than if they were in more centralized part of the county. And so their employees, we can see from their other annual reports in other grants that their employment base tends to be 60% of it in McLennan County, and then the other 40% from surrounding areas, but even touching into the Austin and Dallas area. And I'd say that part of that is because some of the employee requirements are so specialized that they have to go outside of our area in order to find some of those individuals.
And I would understand that. What are we going to do for our native McLennan County citizens? And I say that looking through the lens the economic incentives that we're able to give, the tax dollars that we're able to give them. What I don't want to see coming with such a significant employer with wages that are really life-changing is for us to have our citizens pretty much, other people come in and they really get the benefit of what our citizens are paying for. So what are we going to do to make sure that the people that live in McLennan County, the people that live in the city of Waco, really are at least on the front row as far as being those considered for these employment opportunities, because they are really significant employment opportunities.
Absolutely. Well, I think there are a few things that we're working on right now from a talent attraction perspective. So we have the opportunity to help SpaceX recruit more from our existing higher education facilities. And then we have an opportunity to help individuals that are perhaps looking to move into new employment and new training, move into TSTC or MCC and get the skills that they need to be employable. But I would say the other thing to think about with this particular project is that it is manufacturing based.
Mm-hmm.
It's different than what they've been doing as far as rocket testing. And the employment base becomes much more in line with what we see within our community as a whole. We have a really strong manufacturing base of talent for SpaceX to draw from. And so I think there's a likelihood that you would see more existing individuals within McLennan County be employed there than you have seen in some of the other types of activities that they've done. Just because we already have 30,000 individuals that are in manufacturing now from which they can draw from. Whereas if you're looking for a specialized rocket or rocket engine individual, you might have to go outside the market to find that person.
Okay, and this is my last question. This STEAM center that we list in phase 1 as, I guess, a component of, I guess, one of the incentives for the vendor to kind of comply with. I guess I never thought I'd see it in a official document like this, since we hadn't received anything as far as an official presentation on it, but yet we're tying it to a WMDEC funding. I kind of heard about the STEAM Center, but I haven't seen anything where maybe just a presentation to the court on exactly what it is, especially since we're tying it to WMDEC funding.
Yes, ma'am. That was a request by the Waco City Council that their partnership within that initiative be a component of WMDEC funding. So they wanted them to be an active participant in that. I don't know exactly what that relationship looks like because, as you mentioned, the Bledsoe Miller Center is still in development now, and what that's going to look like. But I think that there is an expectation that they will be an active business actively engaged in that, and helping perhaps with curriculum development, things that that will be meaningful for that center.
And I guess I don't think that it would be a problem if I knew exactly what it is, or what. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to tie into the proposal. What I'm saying is I don't have a clue on exactly what it is. Are we gonna just get an overview of what it is, since we put it in a WMDEC agreement?
Yes, ma'am. And I would think that would be something I would need to visit with the city of Waco on, and for them to provide the commissioners with an update on where they are with that initiative.
What it is, yeah. What is it? Okay.
But I do know that the city has had conversations with SpaceX about engaging in that initiative, and that they would not have agreed to it being in the in this program project agreement if they weren't supportive of it.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying I don't know anything about it.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. I just want to also mention too that the other thing that they you were asking about benefits to our citizens. I think the vendor fair will be very impactful as well. That was something that is meant to help existing small businesses understand how they can do business with SpaceX, how they can provide services to that organization. So they will host, they will either host it themselves or they will participate in a multi-business vendor fair where we're bringing businesses together in partnership with our Hispanic and African American chambers and hosting individuals and their small businesses and companies, larger companies like SpaceX and Caterpillar and others together to where you're providing a bit of a matchmaking opportunity there for additional benefits to the community.
That's all I had.
All right, any other questions?
Oh, quick question, Chris. What was that average wage again?
65.
67,000 a year. It's the overall average wage.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the project, program project agreement with SpaceX?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, one more, Dustin, I think you wanted to.
Yes, sir. If we could go to item N6, discussion and or action on McLennan County's participation as a test county in VMAX 2.0 voter registration system with VOTEC. I'd like to call on Jared.
Thank you, Dustin. Just going to give y'all a quick update on a little project we've been working on. We've included IT on this. VOTEC, which is McLennan County elections vendor who creates and supports our voter registration database, which is named VMAX, is planning to upgrade their software to VMAX 2.0. This project has been in the works for several years. VOTEC plans a mandatory rollout of VMAX 2.0 to Texas customers, including McLennan County, starting early 2022. VOTEC is currently working with 5 Texas counties to test out VMAX 2.0. Counties included in their testing will continue to operate on their current legacy version, which is what we're using right now of VMAX, while also operating VMAX 2.0 in a sandbox environment, so to speak. VMAX 2.0's voter database is stored on a cloud-based server, while some who are running the legacy VMAX version also have their data stored on a cloud-based server. McLennan County does not. We have our servers stored here on site with all of our voter registration information stored on them. When we do move to VMAX 2.0, all VOTEC customers will move their data to a cloud-based server as per policy of VOTEC. Those counties who choose to participate fully in VOTEC's testing will have their county's live voter data registration database copied to a VMAX 2.0 cloud server, which was one of our concerns looking at this project. During the Texas Secretary of State Election Law Conference a couple months ago, representatives from McLennan County Elections Administration officials met with VOTEC officials, where VOTEC invited McLennan County to be one of the participant test counties for VMAX 2.0. We looked at the positives of this being included as giving us early training on VOTEC's new project, which once again, we are going to be taking or adopting that as our new voter registration database here in the near future. And we also could see where this would give us an opportunity to give our input to VOTEC on their new product. We haven't agreed to be a full test participant yet. If we do not, the opportunity is still available to us to be able to test this product in some limited capacity that would not include live voter data. After the invite, I consulted with our IT staff on the project to seek guidance to see if there were any cybersecurity related issues that they may have concerns with. Our IT staff did indeed have some questions and related to cybersecurity for Votech. So we held a meeting, and I say we, my election staff, as well as the county's IT staff, held a meeting with Votech to discuss those concerns. And Lisa, I don't know if you're on the call right now. Is there anything that you wanted to elaborate on that call as far as what your staff's concerns were?
Yes, I am on the call. Sorry, I didn't have my camera open. Yes, we definitely appreciated that opportunity to be included in this review and to actually sit down with Votech as they, rolled out the plan for us. It is a great opportunity for the county, as Jared was saying, and we definitely want to support that. So the recommendation that we made was to do the option where they had communal data, which is, just test data there to work with and not our live McLennan County data. They are working on getting certain, a FedRAMP certification that we would like to have, and, getting some information to us on their security practices and things. And when we get those assurances, then that is when we would come back and talk about moving the live data into that environment. So they're on their way, and they'll be staying in touch with us. And so that was what we came away with in that meeting.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
So this is a cloud-based system, is that what I heard correctly?
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
Yes.
Who would host it?
It was AWS, correct, Lisa? I believe that's the name.
Actually, the Oracle.
Oracle,
Cloud.
okay.
Mhm, that is correct. They said that they were FedRAMP certified, so we would ask for that documentation. And
What was that
again,
certification? What did you?
FedRAMP. I don't want to mispronounce how that is stated, and I can tell you where to find that. So that is I'm on the wrong window there. Okay, this is the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program. So they work to standardize your security practices and do an assessment on cloud products and services. So this would be a very important certification to have.
Now, I'd like to know when that program was established.
We can certainly ask Votech that, because I do not have that answer at the moment.
I don't either. I don't think we got a clear answer as to how long this has been in development. They've got a number of counties that they're working with. It's our understanding that some of them will opt to do the parallel testing with live data. We didn't feel like they were quite there with their assurances just yet. And they have always been very easy to work with and to answer our questions and work alongside us. So we look forward to getting that information certainly before we commit to something like this.
What are the other counties that have been asked?
They didn't provide which ones are going to be using or going into this product or the testing phase. I do know that Lubbock County is the one that they're using if we wanted to go on the shared database to where we could test it out with shared data, that communal data that Lisa mentioned. I believe it is Lubbock County who has that data.
So communal data sharing would not involve our own voter registration?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And if we did it the first way, we would actually be providing voter registration information?
Correct. However, it would only be accessible by McLennan County election officials. It wouldn't be accessible by any of the other test counties.
Yes, sir. That would entail a migration into that cloud environment. And that is where we are looking to get those additional assurances as to how that data is protected, who would be accessing and those sorts of things that would, of course,
That
be our
would- yeah.
concern.
I personally, I would want us to be 100% guaranteed of the integrity of our voter data before we enter in. The communal sounds a whole lot better to me, just because we don't give up our voter registration data.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we're going at here, is to make sure that our data the integrity of our data is secure. You know, there are a lot of positives with being able to use our live voter data. Now, once again, the live voter data, it would be in a sandbox environment, and what that means is that we would still be running everything on our legacy VMAX. Everything for our election would be running on our current legacy. We would also be working on that sandboxed VMAX 2.0 version, where we'd almost be doing double work basically, and we would be working in conjunction with assistance from VOTEC to get that feedback. But agreed, we want to make sure that our voter registration data
And
is
what would that
absolutely
provide you? What would that provide you, Jared, as being one of the?
Well, we would have a representative from VOTEC coming on site once a week to work with us, where we could tell them that this works, this doesn't work, things like that.
What does it do
Yeah,
for
we-
us? I mean, in the end result, being one of these 5 or 6 counties, what does that put us ahead of a curve on?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And that's kind of why we were, seriously considering this at first, is because we wanted to be on the leading edge versus the other counties in Texas that use this product.
It
I
gets
guess
us
I
way
need-
up on the learning curve.
Right. And the fact that we could have some input with VOTEC on what works, what doesn't work, what we like, what we don't like. That always has positives for our office as
That
well.
part about not working always bothers me, though.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why this is in a test environment.
Commissioner Miller?
Yeah, the last part of Commissioner Smith's question that didn't get out is what I was waiting to hear. It puts us on a learning curve of what? Because he was asking you, does this put us ahead of? And then you all said, yeah, but ahead of what?
Well, we're going to have to learn this product at some point. I'd rather do it now, early, when it's in those development stages still, versus, next year when we have redistricting and we have primary elections and, of course, the governor election coming up. And we're still looking at, getting new voting equipment in the near future. So.
Okay, is this a storage of our voter registration data? Is that what this is?
Yes, this is our
Backing
voter
up to the
registration
cloud, our
data.
voter registration data?
Correct. Yes.
And
So
it's-
it has nothing to do with the voting equipment that we've been talking about over the last couple of months.
No. I'm sticking with registration data. And so I heard IT say the security on who all could access that. What would it be? What would it be used for? Because just storage, and then if we needed to call, recall it, I guess we could bring it down, back to a local level. Because it's just voter registration data that shouldn't be touched or used for anything else, correct?
It isn't storage in that sense that you're referencing as in a backup. It would actually become the application server for that system. So where that data is on premise here in our data center now, the 2.0 version of this application would require county data to reside in a cloud server environment. And the provider they're working with is Oracle. So that would be the change that we're looking at. We would, place that data into that cloud environment rather than our own on-site system.
And this migration is eventually going to take place regardless of whether we're a sample or what you want to term you want to
Right.
use. Because
Yes, that is correct.
everybody will migrate to this eventually who uses this platform.
That's right.
Correct. Yes. And to, one other thing I wanted to, I guess, emphasize is that many users who are on the legacy VMAX system that we're currently using, their data is stored on a cloud-based server currently, and when that's live. We chose to keep ours local for now. We just felt like at the time it was a better, more secure way of handling our voter registration database.
Okay, and just to follow up on the question that I was asking you, Lisa, and so, but the data would not be accessed for any reason. The only people that would probably need to call that data back, it would be our own McLennan County Elections Office, correct? So it's kind of like under lock and key unless Jared needs it?
It should be encrypted in that environment. And we do have questions to VOTEC about their staff that would, of course, be managing those servers. IT would not be managing those servers any longer. We have asked about our ability to get copies of backups of that data, and also just that assurance on who, in a support sense, would have access to that information that we're storing in the cloud, because it becomes their management at that point.
Well, if Lisa, Jared, if you still have questions that haven't been answered, is it appropriate for us to approve it without those questions being answered to your satisfaction?
And that is exactly why we did not recommend going into that parallel testing environment to move any of our information to help Jared with what he is wanting to accomplish and have that opportunity to get his hands on this system. He could do that utilizing the communal test data, which would not be our McLennan County voter data.
Okay.
So
and I'm going
I
to
think we
trust
can,
and follow IT's expertise on this. So.
Personally, I would be more comfortable with the communal data as opposed to offering up our own at this time.
I would 100% agree with that. And I'm not sure when the ultimate transition is expected, but we of course would want to receive 100% assurance for all of the questions posed, and to give us that confidence to move our data into that environment, and of course have the confidence of the court and Jared as well, so that everyone feels confident of that.
Yeah. I would mind putting that in the form of a motion that we move forward with it using the communal data method as opposed to giving up our information.
Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, open any discussion.
Is this an action item, or are we just hearing where we are?
Well, we have to, it's an action item regarding the request to move forward in the testing, but under the specific guidelines that Commissioner Smith gave, that's in using the communal information. Any other discussion? Any other?
And that's what Lisa recommends as well, correct?
Right.
Yes, sir. To test this, absolutely the communal data option.
And I see Jared shaking his head, so I'm good.
Okay. Yep. All right. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
All right, pass. Okay, it's 11:29. Let's recess until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Okay, let's call court back into order. Okay, Dustin, you want to pick it up?
Yes, sir. So we'll go back up to the pulled items from the consent agenda under item E3, Human Resources. E3A is Constable Precinct 5. Anna?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So Constable Precinct 5 is requesting the ability to appoint a part-time deputy. Appointing deputies is something that Commissioners Court needs to review and approve. HR did assist Precinct 5 in posting this position per policy that has been done. The applicant also meets the requirements of the job posting, and Constable Cantu has confirmed the applicant meets the requirements of the appointment statute, and so we're presenting that appointment before Commissioners Court for approval.
And we did budget for that.
Yes, the part-time position under Precinct 5 is an existing part-time line item.
Okay.
And he would like to have this person appointed effective September 8th.
Okay.
Pretty quick.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second?
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
E3B is an HR matter for County Sheriff. Anna?
The Sheriff's Office is requesting approval to rehire a retiree. A part-time nurse is what they're needing. This nurse previously retired from the county. The window has passed, the waiting period has passed to hire this retiree back on. They have completed the required affidavits confirming there wasn't any kind of prior arrangement to hire the person back on. Those affidavits have been completed, and they'd like to hire this part-time nurse on effective September 8th, tomorrow.
Okay.
So we request the approval to hire the retiree.
All right. Any questions?
Make a motion to approve the request.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
E7, burn ban approval, extension, or termination. Judge?
Yes, we wanted to get this back on the agenda as we approach drier weather. And so emergency management, what's the recommendation by emergency management this time?
Judge, I know we normally issue when the index numbers are at or above 575. The high right now, or at the end of last week, was 517.
Okay, so do we generally defer?
Judge, I think if you don't want to do it, we don't have to take any action. I know generally you have the authority to enact one, and then we bring that to court for ratification,
Right.
and then for the court to be able to lift it as well.
Okay, all right, there's no action needed unless someone from the court wants to do it outside the recommendation. All right,
All right, moving on to item F, budget amendments. F1 regarding the FY21 budget. Francis?
Thank you. Yes, so starting with F1A, these are all FY21 budget amendments. F1A is general fund for the 414th District Court. They are requesting to move within their department into language translation for the remainder of the year. F1B1 is a certification of revenue with related budget amendment. It is certifying proceeds from an auction for the sale of equipment. The related budget amendment is requesting to increase capital outlay in Road and Bridge 2 by the same amount. And the equipment that was auctioned was related to Road and Bridge Precinct 2. F1B2, this is also a certification of revenue. This revenue was proceeds from an interlocal agreement with the city of Leroy. The related budget amendment is requested by Road and Bridge Precinct 3 to increase road construction materials by the same amount. F1C, This is general fund for Constable Precinct 2, requesting to move within their department into postage and shipping for costs for the remainder of the year.
Time out. How many days are left in this fiscal year?
We have 24.
24 days. Okay, so $2,000 worth of postage in 24 days? Is that what we're saying? Because we're talking about this fiscal year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something I want to address
Yes.
perhaps in a minute, okay?
Yeah, so the postage, they'll load it onto a machine, like a Pitney Bowes machine.
To be used for next fiscal year.
Yeah, so it just kind of continues. So, sometimes those costs are, they're not enough to really book as a prepaid and track that way. But just throughout the year, some of the postage you're using may have actually been purchased the prior year. Some they purchase now will be used next year.
And that, if I could interject, I called Constable Johnson and asked him, and one of the thoughts that he had is, as she's saying, it could possibly go into next fiscal year if he has some left over, but he was trying to get postage bought before the postal service went up on postage.
And that is another thing, if they're not using a postage meter, like I said, some of them will go and actually purchase actual stamps in bulk like that before year end.
Okay.
Anything else before moving on?
No, that's fine.
Okay. F1D, this is general fund for the Information Technology Department. The request is to move within their department into furniture and equipment to upgrade their alarm system, which includes access points throughout the downtown campus. F1E, this is the law library fund. The request is to increase legal reference materials for the law library. The move would come from contingencies within that fund. F1F, this is general fund for the purchasing department, requesting to move within their department into repair and maintenance. And this is to cover their maintenance contract for their copier. F1G, this is permanent improvement fund, Fund 401. The request was made by maintenance of buildings to increase the project line item for courthouse lighting. This is an amount that's needed for ground lighting. And it is coming from, or the request is coming from contingencies within that permanent improvement fund. F1H, this is general fund for maintenance of equipment. And they're requesting to move within their department into repair and maintenance. And they've just had additional increased cost in that line item for repairs and maintenance to their fleet vehicles. F1I1, this is general fund requested by the sheriff's office. The request is to increase overtime pay for both Highway 6 and Jack Harwell detention centers. And they're moving from other personnel line items. The request also includes increasing other services and charges, also moving from another line item within their budget. F1I2, this is for the sheriff's office. This is an amendment to their forfeiture fund budget. So they are required to bring this budget to you annually, just on a category basis. But they are increasing the capital outlay line item by $10,000. F1J, this is general fund for the county auditor's office. We are requesting to increase furniture and equipment and other services and charges by moving within our department to cover costs needed for the new employee in our office. F1K, this is general fund for capital outlay. The request is to increase that line item by moving from contingencies for the alarm system for the tax office. And this was a purchase that you approved on the August 17th agenda. F1L, this is general fund, Heart of Texas Fairgrounds. This cost was approved also on the August 17th agenda. and it's a repair to be made by Action Fire Pros. F1M, this is general fund for maintenance of buildings, requesting to move within their department to repair and maintenance, supplies, and travel reimbursement for costs for the remainder of the year. F1N, this is general fund for criminal district attorney, requesting to move into postage and shipping. F10, this is general fund for Justice of the Peace Precinct 2. He is requesting to move within his department into furniture and equipment to replace a shredder. F1P, this is general fund Road and Bridge Precinct 2. The request is to move within their department into capital outlay for the purchase of a hopper spreader and a shredder. F1Q, this is general fund Constable Precinct 5, requesting to move within their department into other services and charges for monthly security costs for the remainder of the year. F1R, this is general fund for Justice of the Peace Precinct 5, requesting to move within their department into supplies. F1S, this is general fund. In the countywide department, the request is to increase the line item for autopsies and body bags transport. Request is to come from contingencies in the general fund. F1T, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 1, requesting to move within their department into other services and charges. F1U, this is general fund for the elections department, requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment, and then also postage and shipping. And then F1V, this is general fund Constable Precinct 1, requesting to move within their department to increase supplies to buy some needed uniforms. Any questions or comments or?
I would have just one, and before we vote on this, and this would apply for the rest of this fiscal year, which we have one more, I assume, court meeting before this fiscal year ends. Any more of these amendments that come to us, would there be a way of getting the department head or the elected official to certify it as an emergency spending for this year? So that we're not just spending what's in our budget, just because we simply have it?
Well, doesn't that bring the kind of the Constitution into play right there, or the
Yeah.
government code into play? And I think that's probably getting a little bit.
Is that getting too?
Yeah, it might be when you, because then you've got to get the government code to determine what an emergency is, and then there's just a flurry of these that come every year, and they.
Most of them aren't big, and there's a couple of things in here. I mean, that's one question. Is it needed spending? It more than likely is, but did they budget, did whoever requested actually budget for that for the next year? And so if you pay for it now, don't you go over to the budget and take that back out?
Exactly.
Which we can't do because we already approved the budget. I mean, and then the other one that we've talked about before, not this particular item, but where we sold something and it comes back, or we got money that came back in against materials or whatever, when we already budgeted for materials for the next year. So do you drop materials in the next year's budget, but you can't now because it's already budgeted?
It's already budgeted.
Well,
so
if it went straight to the general fund, then it wouldn't be a question. It wouldn't be.
if it went straight to the general fund, it wouldn't be a question. That's right.
I don't know why.
That's where it's gotta go anyway. That's where it's supposed to go if we follow it. But we've kind of got into that, but if you recall back when the budget was a challenge, and which it will be again one day, that we actually went back and looked at all those things and said, we can't do that anymore because we don't have enough room. And so, and the other thing we did some research going back and seeing how much a department head or elected official over budgeted the prior year. and tried to work on that for the next year's budget, but you gotta do it before the budget's adopted.
I think that's something to look at during
Yeah,
this year.
and
I'd like
so-
to look at that.
If Francis is on notice now to be able to watch for those things, to be able to track back the history of why it was over budgeted, well, part of it was because the prior year's budget, before the end of the year, we spent, and we didn't need to spend that much, so that's why it's left over. That's fine, but understanding why is what you're trying to get to. So,
Yes, and our plan, Haley and I have talked a lot about, looking at that throughout this year and maybe doing some budget workshops, mid-year and, trends and analyzing the accounts. This year was just, we would have loved to have done it this year, but this year was just really hard with all the uncertainty and due to the last year and a half.
Right.
Being difficult. It was just not a good year to do that, to take on that task, but we're hoping that can be accomplished this next year.
okay.
I'd like to do that, yeah.
I think it would be good too if we got, especially on our road and bridge interlocal agreements, if those, it seems like we kind of do those on a
Blanket type.
well, yeah, it's kind of like, they come to us like in April with what they want done.
Right.
And so I think they need to get to us maybe 6 months or so sooner than that, so that we can better budget for that. Because what happens is we get these in our, and I'm very happy to do them. And it's a great, it's a great thing for everybody because everybody pays county taxes. And so we have to, shift that. That's where the shifting comes and things like that. So.
Well,
I
and,
would like to, no, go ahead.
well, the only thing I'd say is, the best way to make sure those happen the way you want them is to look at your policy, regarding budgeting and put some, rules around, how you address each one of those. And then that way you have to come back and follow the policy.
Well, and even though these can be annoying, I understand where you're coming from. What percentage of each year, I'm curious, what, is it the supplies line item? No, there is it worth seeing the increases? I don't think it is. I think those stay pretty steady.
Yeah.
So even though we see a lot of the flurry at the end of the year, I don't think it necessarily correlates to bigger budgets. It's just maybe it didn't get in the right place in the budget from where they wanted to spend it.
And that's where we need to
So now,
look
to
at
have workshops and things, but I don't,
Workshop.
I think personnel would probably be the one thing for sure driving up our budget over the last 5 to 6 years.
I'm sure personnel drives it quite a bit, but philosophically speaking, in my mind, your fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. What you budget for is you budget for that year. And you're not looking at the end of the year, in my mind, and saying, I have leftover, so I'm gonna spend it so I can use it next budget year. In my mind, what you buy, as far as expendable things, in most cases, I understand equipment's an exception, large pieces, some things, but I don't know how you rationalize or justify spending this year's budget for next year's fiscal year, in some cases. So, and it seemed like we get toward the end of the budget year, and that's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah, postage is the one thing.
We don't reduce our next year's budget by that amount.
Yeah, and postage is kind of an ongoing, you'll see, most departments buy kind of on a schedule. And so, but yes, it's some of those, yes, maybe that they are buying something that they did budget for next year.
And it does, Jim, it does keep some things out of the budget, because we do this quite often when someone comes and requests something and tell them, can you go ahead and get it out of this year's budget, so it doesn't show up in next year's budget.
But then does
And we
next
have
year's
a-
budget get reduced by?
Well, but it's because they're not putting that item in it. They're moving it out of next year's budget into this year. So it's not getting, it's not increasing. It's, yeah, we have the funds for it now, then get it out of next year's budget. Let's just go ahead and take it off the line item and move it over here and get it in this year's budget. There is a good bit of that goes on, but it,
And certainly, and I think these are very beneficial discussions, but I think a budget session of, like I said, training would help me.
All of us, and remind you.
All of us as far as, but, so I don't want to belittle or lengthen our discussion here when, you know, we're just talking about my philosophies. So we don't need to spend time on that.
Commissioner Miller?
I just wanted to interject on behalf of many of our other departments and elected officials. At one point, we did see a flurry of budget amendments toward the end of the fiscal year. But now, in looking holistically, our departments aren't doing that anymore. And I think the court did lay out some stipulations several years, because we used to see departments purchasing equipment, we used to see them purchasing furniture. And looking at the requests that we're getting toward the end of the year, we really are seeing departments trying to make it through to the end of the year, and maybe the items that they are purchasing may go over into next year. But when the court put out the request for departments to be responsible for their budgets and to be cognizant of the fact that they were coming to the end of a fiscal year, most of our departments, all of our departments, I think, took that, it wasn't a mandate, but they did take those instructions. And for the most part, I would say all of our departments are really responsible when they do budget amendments. I don't think they're just buying to buy.
Well, then there's, like, if it's supplies, there's only so much room you can do supplies anyway, so it's got a factor there, but it's always good to, like I say, go back over it before we get into the budget side, Commissioner Smith, and be sure everybody's focused on that.
Thank you.
Any more questions regarding these budget amendments? If not, is there a motion to approve F1A through F1V?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Okay, Dustin.
F1W, authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoices. There are 5 on the agenda. These are all related to jail claims. Number 1 is a deductible invoice totaling $185.10 for claims associated with Christopher Fultz. Number 2 is totals $3,887.70 for claims associated with John Harrington. Number 3 totals $65 for claims associated with Robert Harlan Jr., and that case has been dismissed. Then 4 and 5 are both associated with the same claim. First one is $438.30 for Jordan Tyler, and the second one is $427.50 for a claim associated with Reynardo Walker.
Okay, any questions on those? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
F2 is regarding the FY22 budget. F2A is discussion and/or action regarding matters relative to the FY22 budget. Francis, did you have anything for today?
Sorry, no, nothing else today.
All right, moving down to item G, bids, RFPs, and RFQs. G1's authorization regarding renewal of RFP 19-025, McLennan County Pauper Burial Cremation Services, Lakeshore Funeral Home and Crematory. Ken?
Yes, sir. As stated, this is our agreement with Lakeshore Funeral Home for pauper burial and cremation services. We initiated this agreement in October 1, 2019, and is through September 30th, 2020. The RFP includes a clause stating this bid could be renewed annually if there's no more than a 3% increase at the discretion of the Commissioner's Court. We consulted with Heather Travers, and she would like to renew the contract for another year. We then consulted with Brent Shehorn with Lakeshore Funeral Home and received an email from him stating that he would like to renew this contract for an additional year with a 2.9% increase. Using the estimated amount to be expended with Lakeshore in this 2021 year, the increase would amount to about $2,000 for an estimated total of $69,200. And again, that's just estimations based on what we've done this past year.
Right.
Also, Brent included information that Lakeshore Funeral Home merged with Beacon Funeral Partners and will operate as partners of the Lakeshore Funeral Home and Crematory. Approved, this contract would be in effect from October 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have one. Ken, how much is he charging for cremations?
I'm sorry, I'll have to go look that up.
I got a call that there's a lower cost that you can pay for a cremation in McLennan County.
Well,
It's like he's not the lowest cost on a cremation.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a breakdown on the cost per each item. Let me see here.
Commissioner Miller, can you hear me? This is Heather.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to look that up for you too, but I'm having some network problems. I think you and I had a conversation about this, and there was a different alternative in the Waco community, in the McLennan County community for cremations, and Brent has negotiated a rate. So anytime that we have families that are over income, so they're ineligible for the county cremation, but are still struggling financially, Brent has a negotiated rate that he works with those families. That's always to his discretion, but anytime we know that there's a situation like that, we pass that information on to him.
Okay, in those cases, I guess we can't, we wouldn't expect him to give business to someone else. But I just hate the fact that a family or a person can go and get a better price, but because he's the one that we're steering people to, they're paying his price.
Couldn't,
Yes, ma'am.
couldn't those people still go somewhere else? They don't have to come to.
Well, they won't know. See, they don't know.
So we're not necessarily advertising a broad array of funeral homes within the community, but generally the majority of our folks that come to us are coming because they've been in the hospital or on hospice or worked with a social worker. And we have been working with those organizations as well. And these families are being given information that has a lengthy list of alternatives in the community. So I feel like anytime they're hospice or they've worked with a social worker in the hospital or they've been in a long-term facility, they are given that resource where it lists all of the funeral homes in the county.
Okay.
And I've seen them. They're tangible documents.
Okay, so we do have something that can be out on a table or that someone can put in their hand that gives them options by price to go somewhere else. And I'm speaking, although I do care about the ones that the county would cover with taxpayer dollars, but I'm more so am speaking to people that are going to have to pay out of pocket. And my thought is, I would think that we're trying to negotiate to get the best rate for the county, for taxpayers, as well as for individuals. But we know that we don't have the best price for cremations. We know that our price is higher. We're consciously paying higher.
We did an RFP, right? Go ahead, Ken.
But when we issue a bid, it depends on the responses that we get. And Brent was the best response that we got back in on this particular bid. His bid price at that time for cremation of a child or adult over 5 foot was $768. With this 3% increase, it would be $790.
Okay, this is first renewal? This is his first renewal?
No, ma'am. We would have renewed in 2021, and this is 20. But we did 19 to 20, so it'd be 20 to 21, 21 to 22. And this is the 22 year.
I would, I guess, time, because you're coming forward with a recommendation to simply renew, roll over this agreement with his 2.9% increase. But I think we would do well by taxpayers to at least do more research. And when it's time to renew for the next time, to make sure we have the best price.
But if we bid it and this is the only bid we get,
He didn't bid. This is just, he's doing the option to just roll over the contract.
right, but the original, I guess originally there was a bid, right? A bid process?
Yes, sir.
Several years back.
Okay.
Yeah, we got 2 responses, Lakeshore Funeral Home and Waco Mortuary, but Waco Mortuary was not a licensed funeral home. So Lakeshore was the only bid that we've received at that time for these services.
Maybe before we make a decision on whether we want to rebid, we find out how many businesses in McLennan County can do this.
How many crematories are there?
Yeah, I understand, but I'd hate to go out to bid again and him find out he's still the only one bidding and now he's mad because we turned down a 2.9%.
Well, I know there's some other crematories in McLennan
Yeah,
County.
Grace Garden.
Now, whether or not they were bid or not.
Well, there were last time we did it as well,
Yeah.
and they just chose not
Yeah,
to.
They just
they
chose
don't-
not to
they
bid.
don't want the business.
They didn't want the business, yeah. But am I understanding correctly, the only, what we're looking at is someone who is a pauper? I mean, if there's a family involved that want their loved one buried, they can go anywhere they want to. They can use any service they want to, is that correct? It's only if this person is declared a pauper, then does this service come into effect that the county handles and pays for it. Am I saying that correctly?
What happens at times is if a family is not eligible, if they go into council and to fill out the paperwork to be eligible as a pauper to have the county provide that service, if they are found ineligible, a lot of them go ahead and pay out of pocket the cost for that cremation and go ahead and have their loved ones buried. But they are doing it with the fact that there's another organization in town that perhaps could give them a better price.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that the process with Lake Shore is not a good process. What I'm saying is, are we allowing people all of the information that they need in case they come into that situation? If they do have to pay out of pocket, I would like that they would have at least the cheapest place or the cheapest route, but they can't get that from the funeral home because the only thing he's going to do is provide that service, and it's just not the cheapest one. I'm just pointing out the dilemma that we have,
Okay.
or the dilemma that exists. And I'm not saying hold up this annual renewal. I'm saying we do need to be more diligent and do more research for the next time we do this process.
All right. Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Moving on to item H, contracts, interlocal agreements. Judge, up next, we have a number of our annual contracts. Would you like me to just start stepping through them, and if there's any questions, we can address them?
Yes, sir. Yep.
H1's authorization of renewal of service agreement with Advocacy Center for Crime Victims and Children. This is a renewal of the service agreement with the Advocacy Center totaling $10,000, which is the same amount as last year. H2 is regarding the Texas Department of Agriculture Texans Feeding Texans Home Delivered Meal Grant Program, authorization of agreement for services and related resolution with Central Texas Senior Ministry regarding Meals on Wheels program. This is our annual contract with them. The amount total is $30,000, which is an increase from $5,000 from last year. And just as a reminder, funding from local entities does help open up some additional funding from the Texas Department of Agriculture on these programs. H3, authorization of agreement for information technology support services with the McLennan County Community Supervision and Corrections Department. This is the agreement renewal for our support services. This states that CSCD will agree to pay the county a sum of $35,100 for data processing services, and this runs through August 31st, 2022. H4, authorization of renewal of services agreement with McLennan County Dispute Resolution Center. According to this agreement, payments will not exceed $54,000, which is the same as last year, and we just recently had the proposal from them. H5 is authorization of provision of library services agreements with Hewitt Community Library, McGinley Memorial Library, Moody Community Library, Nancy Knoll Memorial Library, and West Public Library. These contracts state that the libraries just listed will receive $10,000. This is an increase from the $8,000 that they received in FY21, and this covers through the period of September 30th, 2022. H6 is authorization of agreement renewal with McLennan County Employees Federal Credit Union for storage of records. This allows the storage of their inactive records in the county's archives building, and this runs through September 30th, 2022. H7 is reauthorization of interlocal agreement with McLennan County 911 Emergency Assistance District. This is for the placement of 911 service equipment at the sheriff's office, and there is no cost to the county. H8 is regarding Heart of Texas Region Mental Health Mental Retardation Center Service Agreement renewals. H8A is reauthorization of the current intergovernmental agreement and lease of facility for the Community Crisis Triage and Respite Center. This is the lease of the old juvenile facility located at 1200 Clifton Street for $1 per year. County does provide maintenance on the property after MHMR has incurred and paid $10,000 for ordinary maintenance. H8B is authorization of agreement for mental health deputy services. This states that MHMR will pay the county an amount not to exceed $70,000 annually for services associated with the mental health deputies program. H8C, authorization of care coordination agreement for medications for defendants committed under Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Chapter 46B. This is the agreement that states that the county will provide reimbursement for up to 90 days medication for those defendants under Chapter 46B, or those inmates, being released. H9 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Waco Crime Stoppers. This states that the county will pay $10,000, which is the same as the previous year, and funds are included in the budget. H10, authorization of interlocal agreement with the Heart of Texas Council of Governments for the Everbridge Emergency Notification System. This is our annual agreement, hot contracts with Everbridge to make the emergency notification system available for the county. There's no cost to the county for the base agreement. H11 is reauthorization of service level agreement with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services for information technology services. County agrees to provide internet services at the Cobb's location for AgriLife, and AgriLife will then reimburse the county for 1/2 of those annual expenses. Under H12, Judge, if we want to do H1 to H11, H12 takes a little bit additional explanation, then we can pick up from there if that's okay.
Okay, thank you, that'd be fine. So are there any questions or you might have on any of the annual contracts up to this point?
One question, H4, Dustin. County pays an additional 63, went from 36.5 to 63. Was there any reasoning or explanation for that?
Commissioner, I'm looking at that right now. Yeah, and I think it was just due to the increase in the child protective services part on their mediation programs. Francis, do you happen to remember that?
Are you talking about dispute resolution?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. So the total is the same. It's the breakdown between the dispute resolution fund and general fund. I think last year, there was some confusion when they presented their request, the breakdown of the two, but the total is the same. It's just what the county puts in versus the dispute resolution fund.
So the county's not putting in additional, what is that, $27,000? You're saying the
No, it
amount-
should- it
the
should-
total amount the county putting in is the same, it's just how it's coded?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Is there a motion to approve H1 through H11?
So move.
Second.
A motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
H12 is authorization of contracts for fire protection services with county volunteer fire departments and the McLennan County Fire Protection Association. I know we had the presentation from Elizabeth and the president of the association during budget work sessions talking about the checklist and the funding for those departments going forward. The way that was proposed, the funding levels would not be affected until FY23. So in visiting with Mike Dixon and Elizabeth last week, the preference would be to approve the contracts where they continue to receive the $9,500 covering the same period as last year, and we will work in the coming weeks on the checklist and how that will lay out for the FY23 funding, and then we'll present those back to court at that time if the court's in agreement.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the
Does this
court?
cover that portion of area? I think that Waco was gonna have to take over.
It does not. The city legal is working on the draft of that. We hope to have that on the 21st agenda.
But that's a separate agreement.
Yes, sir. That's correct. That's separate.
Any other questions? All right, what's the pleasure on H12? Did we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second, yeah, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
H13 is authorization of renewal and extension agreement for professional services with JBI, Justice Benefits Incorporated. JBI helps us with several grants, the SCAP grant, juvenile probation, Title IV claims, and then also on child welfare services. They are compensated by a percentage of the revenue received by the county. H14 is authorization of agreement with Office of Court Administration reimbursement of long distance calls. This has to do with the Title IV court. Auditor's office provides them with long distance codes and bills them monthly for their long distance charges. And the last annual contract is the authorization, H15, authorization of spay neuter services contract with Animal Birth Control Clinic. This is our contract with ABC for spay neuter services. County agrees to make a one-time payment totaling $75,000, which this is an increase from the amount in FY21 for these services for FY22.
And I think we did get a report from them, didn't we, that showed the need for increase?
She presented, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
that's correct.
All right. All right, any questions on items H 13, 14, 15? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
H16, authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with the city of Waco for road work on Masonic Road and Our Way Road. Zane?
Yes, sir. This is an interlocal agreement to chip seal Masonic Road and Our Way Road. It's city roads, but they're right next to county roads as well. And the city has already approved the interlocal agreement. This, if you also choose to approve it, would be the final execution for it. And it's in precinct 2.
Any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those, pass.
H17, authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Bruceville Eddy for brush cutting. Commissioner Smith?
That's pretty much it.
Okay,
Go cut some brush.
any questions anybody have about brush cutting? Using a brush hog?
I hope so. Hope they're not doing it the way I did it yesterday.
I thought this was the kind where the commissioner went out.
Yeah,
He went out all right. His back went out yesterday.
All right, is there a motion to approve H17, H17?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H18, authorization of services agreement with EverFi for online training system, contract number Q53492-1. Anna?
Thank you, Dustin. This is a request to approve the agreement with EverFi, which is the platform for our employee online training system. We are requesting the agreement would be a renewal for 3 years at a cost of $12,075 annually for a total of $36,225. We were happy with the new upgrade to a Foundry platform this year. And so we're looking forward to continuing this.
Anna, some of that training was very long, and I'm not sure. Is there any way, first of all, one thing we could do is break it up into different time frames to take this training, and maybe we already have it, but I know one of them was very laborious in what to do if somebody looks at you wrong. But is there any way we can help the employees and management out on this training?
I would like to also add that some of it was very stark and very offensive also too.
So the long course that you're probably referring to is our harassment prevention course. It's a standard course that these training platforms are offering. And it is a long course. It is a course that HR only plans on deploying every other year. That's all that's advised for employers is every other year training. So next year you won't see that training for our employees, but we will launch it or deploy it again, hopefully 2023. And at that time, yes, sir, we can offer a longer window for employees to be able to piece that or break that up over a longer period of time, because yes, it is a longer course. It was taking on average our employees to 2 hours to 2.5 hours to complete, and it will probably seem even longer for the court members, because you guys would have been assigned the supervisor version of that training, but that is not a training all employees get. They get the standard employee version for harassment prevention, and anybody who supervises staff gets a supervisor version of that training.
So besides lowering the risk of possible lawsuits, is there other benefits? Like, do we get any discounts on insurance or anything for requiring this of our staff? And
I'm not aware of any discount, but I can ask. I can work with Dustin to ask that question to see if that's a possibility.
Yeah, Judge, I'm not aware of any. I know like safety focus group wise, that's something that could play into our insurance rate, but I'm not certain on this part.
Anna, looking at this list right here, can you tell me which of these are annual, which of these are every 2 years?
So when an employee is hired on, we provide the required training specific to their position.
Right.
For every new hire, and then the injury and illness prevention, our harassment prevention, and HIPAA training, along with the bloodborne pathogens for the specific title that's applicable to, we plan on doing an every other year training scheduled for them.
The first 4 are every 2 years then?
Yes, sir.
And diversity, managing bias, and policy guide diversity and managing bias, is that yearly?
So those are optional courses. So if we encounter a situation with an employee who may need training If a supervisor is bringing that to our attention, then we can offer that as an optional training, but it's not a scheduled
Oh, okay.
training. It's just
Okay.
something that's offered
It's-
in
okay.
EverFi's catalog.
Okay, though. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H19, authorization of addendum to the Employee Assistance Program EAP Services Agreement with Deer Oaks EAP Services. Anna?
This is another renewal for an agreement that we are requesting, another service for employees. It's the Employee Assistance Program. This is the program that offers counseling, legal advice or assistance over the phone, financial advising, as well, will preparation, identity recovery, identity theft recovery. This is a program or a service offered to all employees, and this is just the renewal for this following year. There's no increase in the cost of the agreement to continue for the following year.
And I see you put that our utilization is 10% higher than the national average. What's the national average?
Now, what is that?
Oh, I don't have, I had it on a sticky and I don't know where that is, but I can email you the national average so that it's the exact number, because right now it would be off my head and I don't want to say something inaccurate.
So what does this cost us?
It's $1.56 per employee per month, and so we are invoiced monthly, and every month we offer a confirmation of what our employee count is for the month.
Okay, so give me a ballpark 1 year cost to the county. We talking $12,000?
1,100? Talking about 20,000, what's that?
So,
About $20,500 over the
20,000.
span of a year.
Okay, then can you tell me how many different employees utilized this for the past year? In a 1 year's time for 20,500? How many employees, not necessarily the same employee, but how many different employees used it?
Sure, we have a utilization number, and that's an exact number that I can provide, and I can send that in an email as well if you'd like.
so it's $1.56 times all of our employees, whether they use it or not.
Yes, sir, per month.
Times 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I certainly think these are some good areas, but if we're 10% higher than the national average, and the national average is only 2, yeah, I mean, I know I'm exaggerating, but if we're not getting a lot of usage versus 1,000 employees or 1,100 employees, we're not getting a high utilization amongst them. You know, $20,000 for just a handful of people, I don't know if it's worth it. I'm just being honest.
Well, it's really there for, you know, when we implemented it a few years back, it's there for everybody to use. And if there's arises a situation where, you know, counselors are needed to be called in for different situations, you know, it's there for that. Also too, it's really more kind of an insurance policy than anything else. I mean, it's kind of how I.
How many years have we had
Jim's
it?
perspective, though, if it's $1.56 a head, but for people that are actually using it, if it's more like $30 a head, for the
more
people
than
that
that.
actually use it or whatever the number may
Bet it
be.
calculates a lot more than that.
Yeah, then you got to look at it and go, okay, it's the bang for the buck thing, and
Yeah, that's the reason I asked how many people are actually using it. I was just curious if, to justify the cost, I certainly think.
You have to
it's-
be careful with those numbers because of the privacy concerns and things
Yeah,
like that.
I'm not asking
All right.
for Really nice for
I
names.
can provide a whole number, just
And
to.
we've had enough experience, several years of this program. So we know what, we can see the trends, I suppose, so.
Yeah. And Commissioner Jones, your explanation previously was spot on. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of use, but those instances that it is used, it can be a crisis situation, in which case it's better to have the program in place than not have for those employees in need.
Anna, if you could get us a list of each year, how many contacts were made, and then how many people made those contacts? Because I'm sure there's some of those contacts are.
We asked for this and we didn't get it.
Okay, well, we're gonna get it this
Pretty sure of that, yeah.
Because that ought to be available.
Yes, sir, I can get that.
So until we get that,
Defer?
that's my question.
Motion to defer?
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded to defer till we get more information. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Was that a no? Oh.
Was it
Oh, I must have.
delayed?
Yeah, okay. All right, pass.
H20, authorization of cooperation agreement with Burnett County regarding housing and care of inmates. Major Armstrong, did you want to present this, or would you like me to? Judge, I see he's still on mute. It's just an agreement with Burnett County for the housing and care of McLennan County inmates. The total per diem rate is $62 per man day.
All right, thank you. And we've been doing business with Burnett County for quite a while. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion and second. Any other discussion?
Question?
Yeah,
Do we actually house inmates down there, or is it just in case?
it's,
Just in case.
Yeah, it's just in case. We have not housed anybody at this time, but we like to have a contract or two available in the case that we would need something, special circumstances.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
okay, we have motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item J, capital improvements and construction projects, J1 regarding ADA renovations at Extraco Events Center, agreement with John W. Irwin Construction, authorization of application for payment number 13, retainage. Ken?
Yes, sir. We're close to the very end of this project, and they're asking for release zone retainage for those subcontractors that have completed their work. That amount is $27,488. The work that's yet to be done is some balancing of some air vents in bathrooms. So
So
that's
that's,
kind of where we're at.
that's
And,
not done yet? You said,
they're still trying to get the right design and reports, and it's close, Judge. And I do want to say that this was reviewed by Daryl Vickers, and I believe Dustin's looked over it as well. So I think.
well, what about Wes Allison, or, because they're the ones that have to use the building?
He's in on those conversations.
Okay.
How much did you say, Ken?
For this amount, $27,488.
Am I looking at the wrong? Is that
This is-
J1? Are we talking about J1?
Let's see, we're talking about,
Because I'm showing 53,
Oh,
That's balance to finish. There's a looks like there's a typo in there. In the notes. On the application, it's asking for 27,488.
yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't
That's
even looking at that. I was looking at the payment app.
Okay, which one are we actually approving, the 27 or 53?
$27,488.
27,488. Okay, thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just want to be sure
Okay, I see what.
Wes is, his group is okay
Is there
with
an
it.
issue?
Yeah, Wes is in on those conversations. There's been some email traffic going back and forth, and Dustin and I got some email traffic today from Kevin, and I know that the mechanical engineer Goodwin was involved, and I think Wes is on that same loop.
Okay,
It's really just balancing the airflow is what it amounts to.
got you. Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
J2 regarding asbestos abatement and demolition in Old Downtown Jail, RFP 20-020, agreement with J.R. Ramon and Sons, authorization of change orders. There are 3 items under here. J2A is regarding new opening between Old County Jail and High Five Building. J2B regarding mitigation of first floor office. And J2C regarding reduction in scope at High Five. TJ?
Good afternoon, everyone. So what you'll see is J2A is in addition to the overall contract sum. So this will fall under the contingencies line item in that budget. This was to create an opening between the 5th floor of the jail and High Five so we can bring debris and material through to our main discharge area at the jail. So that's an addition. J2B and J2C are both subtractions of the main contract themselves because this is funding that'll come back to us as a reduction in the overall contract. So one, J2B being the mitigation efforts down on the first floor in hot checks and ankle monitoring where the flood issue was caused by the demolition contractor. And then J2C will be some areas in the High Five that upon further investigation, we found that it's just not advantageous and it's a little bit dangerous for us to go ahead and remove these areas. We got in and started doing some preliminary investigation work and found some poured in place walls that just can't be removed. So this is an overall reduction in scope. So we'll see this come off of the contract.
Okay, any questions?
A and B are additions and C is a subtraction.
A and is an addition, B and C are both subtractions.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So wow, that's okay.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under J3 regarding Cal Bayou Site 10 structural repair, cooperative agreements with Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board regarding a project completion letters. Zane?
Sir, these are just project completion letters from the state board saying that Cal Bayou Site 10 has been completed. And so we are just wanting to have them recorded for file purposes.
Okay, any questions for Zane? What's, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
We have nothing under item L1 today. Under L2 regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. L2A, authorization of reimbursement requests, reports from the city of Waco. In your packet are reports for the weeks ending August 13th, August 20th, and August 27th. And there's also a reimbursement request from the city totaling $317,709.02 for the month of July.
Okay, any questions?
I don't have a question on the invoice, but I do have a question, I guess, in regards to the administrative expenses for Dustin.
Yes, ma'am.
With our transferring that program over to EOAC, and I see in their contract, it's similar to what we said for Waco. I think, the limit that they have for administrative expenses is the amount that we paid to the city deducted from that, or does it start over again with EOAC as far as that 15%?
It'll be, so the city has not administered anything under ERA 2, but under ERA 1, it'll just be 10% of what the EOAC actually administers. And so it won't, so
Okay.
same for the city of Waco. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L3 regarding the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant Assistance Agreement number RPA R19A P00235, authorization of amendment number 1. Back in June of 2020, we approved an agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation. All this does is remove the non-federal, which is our portion, from $82,500 down to $75,000 for the revised budget total of $150,000.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second?
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item M, Department Office Specific Request, M1, 54th District Court, authorization of hotspot request. Ken?
Yes, from 54th District Court, we received a request for a hotspot for Judge Kelly. The hotspot we get at no charge. The cellular service, I believe, is $37.99 per month plus any applicable taxes. We respectfully present this information to court for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Ken, how many other county personnel people have hotspots?
I'd have to go look at that number. I'm sorry.
There's quite a few.
Quite a few?
Yeah,
That's
we
common?
kind of take it one at a time, and there's quite a few of them.
Okay.
Several years ago, we had, there was several out there, but especially elected officials, but when COVID hit and we had so many people working remotely, the number went up tremendously. And I know Judge Kelly, some of her proceedings are not in her office, and having a hotspot helps it have better connection.
Who's the service with?
Verizon.
Verizon.
Is it 5G?
I don't believe yet.
No, I think the new ones will be. Okay, we have a motion second. Is any other discussion? Did we have a motion on that?
No, you don't have.
Okay,
Move to approve.
Second.
have a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
M2 is Heart of Texas Fair Extraco Event Center, authorization of capital improvement projects. Back in January, we approved several of the capital improvement projects that come out of the $100,000. And the fair has submitted those expenditures totaling $92,498.82. I know there was some confusion on the info that the fair submitted. They submitted some updated info this morning that Reagan sent out after lunch. And so that $92,498.82 figure is the correct figure.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M3, Information Technology, authorization of recurring costs for alarm monitoring services. Lisa?
Yes, thank you, Dustin. I wanted to bring to the court's attention my desire to change service providers for our alarm system in our IT building. The current provider that we've been utilizing has had some staff turnover, leaving them in a position where their technicians haven't really been able to resolve some recent support needs or issues that we've encountered in recent months. I consulted with our facilities director, looking at other providers we were using, and we would like to move to KHT, who is the provider for some other county buildings. And they're also our provider for our door and security system. So that would bring some consistency with that support as well. The service rate for this vendor is going to be $29.99 a month. This is about $10 more a month than the provider I did have. We also had to do a partial upgrade on the equipment that I had. One of the panels at the doorway was damaged in the last support visit, and the new vendor KHT recommended an upgrade. He was stating that what we had was a little bit outdated, and for his people to support that, he wanted to use the system they were familiar with, and they would be able to integrate that with our existing sensors, keeping some of that cost down. And that equipment was $1,781.55, which I do have in my budget.
Okay, any questions? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
Moving on to item N2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. Judge, we recommend this be deferred again.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a Guinness Book of Records for deferred action items?
This won't even come close.
Not even more close.
Okay, okay.
Get towards the end of your first term and
Yeah, you'll see some.
you'll start getting in the running
see
what,
some
around 3 years.
All right.
Okay, have a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We do need a motion. now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to defer.
Motion, you got a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under N3, adoption of various orders relative to FY22. Judge, these are our annual orders, so I'll step through them. N through A is the order setting compensation of jurors, members of the grand jury, and grand jury bailiffs. Those amounts are in your packet. N3B is the order designating day and location for regular special commissioners court meetings. This sets our regular meetings on the first and third Tuesday of each month at 9 a.m. and does state that we can have periodically scheduled special meetings as well. N3C is order authorizing county engineer and or assistant county engineer to sign requisitions, exemption certificates, cooperative agreements for flood control structures, and state reimbursement forms. The only addition this year was the addition of a item Zane had requested to allow the county engineer to be able to sign cooperative agreements for flood control structures, and then we've added in the language which upon execution will be placed in the minutes of the Commissioner's Court for recording purposes. N3D, order appointing County Judge Pro Tem. This is the order appointing Commissioner Perry as the Judge Pro Tem. N3E is the order setting pay rate for hourly rated personnel, and this sets that rate at $7.25 an hour. And so, Judge, those are our annual orders.
Okay. On N3E, now, is that for, I mean, I thought we had a policy that our lowest rate was $15 an hour.
Judge, that was for salaried full-time positions. And so our hourly rated part-time spots can be paid lower. And most of those have an order that has ran through court setting those rates at a different amount. But this just, and historically, this has matched the minimum wage, and that's what it does here. But the court can, of course, adjust that at your discretion.
Okay, well, I was just wondering. I didn't say part-time, but, all right. Any questions on those items previously mentioned?
I'd like to just kind of add a comment to N3E on the order setting the pay rate for hourly rated personnel. I have noticed, Francis sent me a sheet with all of the approved hourly rates that we have, and 2/3 of our people that are paid hourly are earning over the 7.25. I think the lowest I saw was like $10 that has a person in them, might be 10, and then they go up when we're looking at the some of the court reporters and some of the bailiffs. They go as high as $20 an hour. And so when I was looking at that 7.25, it's kind of hard because we have very few people who are being paid at 7.25, but they're working maybe more than, up to the 30 hours. Anyone that's working substantial hours, what I saw, just kind of looking at a comparison, they're making over that 7.25. Is that kind of what you see, Dustin?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And, in talking to some, at a lunch meeting today, the demand for labor is so strong that the hourly rate is going up and expected to go up for the next year, year and a half too, so. All right, if there's no other questions, I think, that was under N3A is the first one all the way to N.
Three.
N3E.
E. All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item P, McLennan County Venue Project, P1s regarding the architectural services agreement with Populous, P1A, recording of Heart of Texas Fairground Area Venue Project record set. And that is what it states, Judge. This is a recording of the final record set document of the venue project.
Okay.
So we just need a motion to accept that for recording purposes.
All right, is there a motion to accept that for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second?
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose, pass.
And Judge, I believe that's all the action items unless there's something I missed.
I think it pretty well has it. Anything else to come before the court today? If not, we stand adjourned.